Everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's up, everyone? How you doing? Welcome. We are just kind of getting underway here. So there's been some news that has come out about the Charlie Kirk situation, but I kind of want to vet the sources and double check to make sure that there's so much garbage that's being thrown around before we start like posting things. Let's make sure things are actually correct. There's people that are posting that he's ultra right wing. There's people that are posting he's ultra left wing, that he's trans, he's not trans, he's got a boyfriend that's trans, that he's living with his parents, he's not living with his parents. Crazy. What's up, Invoked? How you doing, man? Anyways, we're just here, let's just turn on Fox News.
To a redistricting plan that could help Republicans win an additional U.S. House seat in next year's elections. And as you know, we have been following the very latest here on Live Now as it pertains to all of these redistricting plans that have been happening around.
So here's one of the stories that we were wanting to cover: is the National Guard going to Memphis.
And other states joining into that conversation. And so to talk a lot more about what we're seeing specifically there in Missouri, I want to bring now
Never actually been to Memphis before.
Kaylee Kern. Kaylee, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Let's start with the very basics, Kaylee. We do know that this redistricting plan has now been put into motion. It was passed by the Senate. Can you explain a little bit more about what's really going to be changing there in Missouri with this new GOP plan?
Yes, so under this new map, which was passed by the Senate just yesterday, quite a lot changes. In fact, only 2 of the state's 8 congressional districts will remain unchanged. And according to the governor and other Republican proponents of the new map, this new map splits fewer counties as well as fewer municipalities, which is generally seen as fair. But it also divides Kansas City into 3 different districts, one stretching across northeast Missouri, one stretching east into or closer to St. Louis, and one into the south of Missouri. And changing those boundaries around Kansas City is expected to oust Representative Emanuel Cleaver, a Democrat who has held that seat for 2 decades. And like you said, give Republicans that extra seat.
And so when it comes to the redistricting conversation, it's not just happening there in Missouri. It's been really happening all over the country. When this first started to come up, who was one of the first people that you heard being vocal about this conversation and the lawmakers who were on the forefront supporting this?
Yes. So as we saw in Texas, the Trump administration was quite involved in this process. In fact, leaning on the Republican governor of Missouri, Mike Kehoe, as well as.
Am I really old, or does she seem like she's like 14?
In the state legislature, earlier this summer, to call for a special session to redraw the map. And initially, there was some hesitance and some pushback from Republican leaders in the state house, but ultimately, all of the Republican leadership and most Republican lawmakers fell in line and supported this effort.
And so also, as we're looking here, Kaylee, about what changes next, I want to put this post up on the screen. This is from President Trump. He spoke out as well on his Truth Social in response to this, putting this up there from one of those accounts that screenshots those posts that go on.
How many extra seats are Republicans getting out of
Jesus? For everyone at home, thank you very much to the great state of Missouri for the redistricting, which will hopefully give us an additional seat in Congress. A new, much fairer, and much improved congressional map has
what's up, man?
Passed both chambers of the Missouri legislature. Congratulations to Governor Mike Kehoe, state representatives, the pro tem, as well as the Senate Majority Leader, Speaker pro tem, and a number of other lawmakers for participating in your fantastic work on this new map, which will help to send an additional MAGA Republican to Congress in the 2026 midterm election.
Is this just a way to get rid of Democratic
stand up to save our country
congressmen
and
and
America great again? Thank you, Missouri.
governors?
You can clearly see how this is potentially going to be changing the state. I have to ask you here, Kaylee, this is just one side of the aisle speaking out. How have some of those Democratic lawmakers also responded in the wake of these new maps?
Yes, so as you can expect, Democrats have been very much in opposition to this new map. They've pushed back on it in a few different ways.
It's all fake news. It's phony
Is it fake
stuff.
news, Mike?
It didn't happen.
No?
have testified against the bill. Thousands of them, in fact, both remotely and in person when this was before the House and the Senate. They also showed up by the thousands on September 10th to protest at the state capitol, filling the entire central rotunda of the state capitol building to express their opposition to this move. And lawmakers themselves have debated and filibustered this effort, but were ultimately, as they typically are, being in the superminority, were overruled.
And so we'll continue to watch the very latest here, but I have to ask you before I let you go, Kaylee, as we talk about redistricting, is there a history there in the state of Missouri that kind of adds to the context of this conversation? How often has it happened there where they do a middle of the decade redistricting?
Yes, so it has only.
What are
been
they
done
talking about?
once
Apparently, they're
outside of this most recent effort,
they're
and that was in the
redistricting
1960s,
Missouri
1965 specifically.
to give
And that was
extra
following a
Congress
Supreme Court
seats to the
case that
Republicans.
ruled that states have to have congressional districts that are roughly equal in population, and that decision forced a number of states, including Missouri, to redraw their maps. But aside from that, this is a completely new process in Missouri and is one that is likely going to be challenged in court, and the courts will have to decide whether that is even allowed under the Missouri Constitution.
And that sounds like it's been the case in so many other states as well, as those battles go not only there from the inside of some of those congressional rooms, taking it to the judges.
So are all the Democratic states going to do the same thing now then as well?
Fox, she's there with the Beacon, helping us to break
Time
down the very latest on redistricting in Missouri.
like
Thanks for your time.
California, Oregon,
Thank you so much.
Washington.
All right, and we appreciate Christina for bringing us that conversation.
Thanks,
earlier.
Christina.
Back out to me live now, where it's 7:06. and
I'm still willing to fund help
At
pay
the
for
House, you see
Fox
the flags flying half staff there. We continue
for new
to
microphones, by the way.
follow the latest on the Charlie Kirk shooting investigation. We did lose our vantage point of the.
We've got a lot of things to talk about today, though. A lot.
Going outside of Turning Point headquarters, we'll bring you more vantage points of that as they become available to us. But right now, it appears that feed is down in Phoenix. A live look at the White House as well as we head to our first break of the hour. We'll be right back.
All right, let's see what else is on here. We've got a lot to cover today, though. We've got obviously the Charlie Kirk stuff is still ongoing. There's more news in the Gaza. In Gaza, what is this?
Where a window is open to the residents upstairs, and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably a.
Okay, this is this is from a couple of weeks ago. So, we'll wait for that to come back. But there's here's a clip from CNN, and I haven't really been playing anything from CNN at all.
It's all fake news. It's
all
phony stuff. It didn't happen.
As I'm about to play a fake, which is a fake news clip. I just wanted to see
Now
what.
Set for a memorial for conservative political activist Charlie Kirk.
There's
That memorial will be
intensifying
held
to see
next
what
Sunday,
the
September
motive is.
21st at State Farm Stadium in Glendale.
I want to find out what the motive is. There's a lot of shit that is being reported. I kind of want to sift through the shit and find out what is actually true and what's not, because both sides are kind of like, he was this, he was that, he was fucking this, he wasn't fucking that, he was living with his parents, he wasn't living with his parents. Like,
Arizona. That
what is
stadium
actually
seats over
true?
63,000 people. This new information as investigators in Utah still trying to piece together exactly what led up to Kirk's shocking assassination. Officials say the suspect they have in custody is this man, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. More details have surfaced about Robinson's background, but there are still some key questions about what drove him, a scholarship winner from a close-knit suburban family, to that rooftop where he allegedly fatally shot Kirk. CNN's Danny Freeman is joining us now from Utah. Danny, there are still a lot of
I mean,
people
he's wearing a mask here. He's obviously left wing.
Freeman is joining us now from Utah.
Obviously
Danny, there are still
left
a lot
wing.
of people who have a lot of questions about how this happened, why this happened, what this man's motive might have been. What are you learning there on the ground in Utah?
That's absolutely right, Jessica. Still so many outstanding questions about 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, the main suspect in this shooting case right here. He currently is in the Utah County Jail. That's about 250 miles northwest of where we are right now in St. George, Utah, where he lived, grew up, where his family lived. And as far as we understand, he's not speaking to authorities at this time. So we've seen investigators here on the ground in St. George really combing over every piece of
send your
evidence
message
they can to try and understand what might have driven this young man to again commit this shooting allegedly against Charlie Kirk earlier in the week. So let me tell you a little bit about what we do know at this point. Like you noted, Jessica, as far as we understand, he was living a fairly normal life here in St. George in southwest Utah. He was a good student. He was a part of a close-knit family. He got a merit scholarship specifically to Utah State University. He only ended up attending that university for about a semester. Then he ultimately left. He went on to a technical college. He was working to
Okay, so this is what I'd heard is he went to the university, dropped out, and then went into a technical college to become an electrician or something like that. So he didn't spend 4 years at one of these universities. Did he get indoctrinated, brainwashed at this college for electricians?
to try and study to be an electrician. And he was very into video games, as we've learned from other people who have known him, who have spoken to CNN, but also
Oh, those fucking people that are into video games, man. I've been telling you guys for years.
pretty quiet as well, and not overtly political unless prompted. In fact, an electrician who actually worked with Robinson not too long ago said to CNN that he wasn't very talkative unless you talk to him first, and that comes with politics as well. Now, this all despite bullet markings that had memes inscripted on them, also some video game language as well. Investigators still searching for a pinpoint moment, a clear moment that they can look at to say this is maybe what drove him to, again, take that drive and go and take that shot at Charlie Kirk. I want you to take a listen, though, to what the governor of Utah told Anderson Cooper last night when asked about the question of how this possibly could have happened.
There's so much we still don't know, but certainly there was a radicalization that happened in a fairly short amount of time, and again, that's not too. Sometimes when
we need to know more about this radicalization. To be honest, we've heard that we understand that he was radicalized. Where was he radicalized? And
about people getting radicalized, that's to blame others instead of the person, and I don't want to take away that agency.
Did I read your message? It says Tyler Robinson was living with a tranny, and that was the process of transitioning from male to female. Yes, I've heard those rumors, but it's only one news source that's reporting that. So I said earlier, I want to go through all of this shit and find out exactly what is true, because some people are saying that he was living with his parents, other people are saying he's living with his tranny roommate, that he was having sexual relations with this person. So some people are reporting that he was in school at UTU for 4 years, which is apparently not the case. Apparently he was only at school there for a semester and then transferred to be an electrician at another school. So I kind of want to go through everything. I want to see everything that is like being reported and try to like weed through all this shit. So I'm not spewing out stuff that is just absolutely crap.
This person made a terrible decision and will pay the price for that.
Okay, who's it confirmed by? Because the only news sources that I've seen that have confirmed it is Fox News, who got it from the Post, who got it from some random tweet by you. Okay. Definitely confirmed then.
Now, one thing I'll just note, Jessica, Robinson...
Right now, it seems that somebody tweeted this out. The Post picked it up and said that their source, which was a random tweet, says that he was living. I want to see. I want some like actual like verifiable like source that he was living with a tranny roommate.
Was a registered voter, I should say is a registered voter, but he's unaffiliated with any party in the area that he is registered to vote down here in
Well, you work for the FBI. Well, it's no wonder it took them so long to fucking catch the person. You've been sitting in my chat the whole time.
Southwest Utah. The other thing I'll note, Jessica, is the big date that we all now have circled on our calendars is this coming Tuesday. That's when formal charges will be filed, and that's when we're expecting to see Robinson make his first court appearance. And then the following week, as you noted,
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
unaffiliated with.
When is the first court appearance? Because I want to be.
Robinson was a registered voter. I should say is a registered voter, but he's unaffiliated with any party.
Apparently, he has never voted.
To vote down here in Southwest Utah. The other thing I'll note, Jessica, is the big date that we all now have circled on our calendars is this coming Tuesday. That's when formal charges will be filed, and that's when we're expecting to see Robinson make his first court appearance. And then the following week, as you noted,
hopefully that's live.
That's going to be upcoming for Charlie Kirk in his home state of Arizona. Jessica?
All right, Danny Freeman with the latest from Washington County, Utah. Thank you for that. Let's bring in retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent James Gagliano. James, thank you for being here with us. I really appreciate it. Let's listen to what the Utah governor said about this suspect.
I think maybe what stands out is that nothing stands out the way you would normally expect. This is a good family, a normal childhood, all of those
Google Face Tias?
Things that you would hope would never
lead
to something like this, and sadly it did.
I think a lot of people, as we just were talking about with Danny, are searching for answers here, searching for what motivated him to have allegedly done this. What stands
what everyone
out
wants to know right
as
now.
We hear from the governor there of Utah explaining that in this particular case, what is kind of weird is that
who radicalized this fucking
there
kid.
was a normal childhood, in his words, that sort of thing.
Yeah, Jessica, I think we're really at an inflection point here. Look, the country is no stranger to political violence. We've had 4 presidents assassinated while they were in office, and even in recent vintage, whether you're speaking about Gabby Giffords or, Justice Kavanaugh, this is not normal, but it's almost expected in the high-ranking official realm. The fact that the target here was an interlocutor, it was somebody that was engaging in debate on a college campus, that's what kind of makes this stand out as slightly different, that we've moved into a different paradigm. Now, having said that, to put a fine point on your question, what are the similarities and where's the incongruity here? And here's the thing. Let's look back at the last 4 or 5 mass shootings. They've all involved, whether it was the attempted assassination of President Trump in Butler, whether it was the attack in the church in Minneapolis, whether it was the assassination of the CEO, the healthcare CEO in Manhattan. These are all young men. They're all in their early 20s. They're all millennials. They're disaffected and disconnected. And Jessica...
Yeah, what is causing these young people to act out like this? Who was the shooter in the Minnesota governor thing? Was that another young male?
That's the
who was
thread
that?
Between terrorism and criminality, and in this instance, a political assassination. It's the thread that you've got to pull on, that these are young people, young men.
And if you dig a little deeper into that, where do you go from there? Is that being extremely online? And the governor's right. There is this, not to take away from any choices that somebody made here, but to be extremely online, to have the potential to be radicalized by that.
You certainly do. I mean, the opportunity that we can, pick
There's
up our
there's
phones,
there's a lot of shit online that people just easily fall for, and it can twist your opinion on things very quickly.
Computer in our pocket.
And I'm not talking about just left or right, either way. There's shit on both sides that are just constantly being thrown at people.
And we can be anywhere in the world. We can.
You notice? What are you saying, Mike? What are you saying?
To things and
You're
see
here
things.
watching, dude.
There are no borders, and that's a good thing. However, I know that in the past there were discussions about violent video games, and I know that that's been debunked and knocked down. That
violent video games like World of Warcraft, EVE Online, how about watching your Chicago Bears be embarrassed every week? That's enough to make me angry.
Violent video games and the generation that grew up on them, that doesn't necessarily lead.
A lot of people in the world, some of them aren't going to be great critical thinkers and or idiots. Worried AU, I'm assuming you're Australian perhaps. Is that a fault of the education system that people aren't being taught how to think? Is that a fault of the educational system that people are not being taught to think, and so they just follow along with what they're being told? So if they're told one radical ideology, they don't know how to critically think as to whether or not it's all bullshit or not. And like either side, right or left, extremism. They start following some of this shit and they get indoctrinated, and they aren't able to think critically to determine whether or not it's bullshit or not. I remember the good old days when every shooting was blamed on Postal 2. How dare you gamers play violent games? Shame on you. You think it's mainly a U.S. problem? Okay, well let's look at the education. Is there a lack of education or lack of training on how to critically think in the U.S.? Because I was asking yesterday about whether or not, what is causing this to happen so frequently in the U.S. And I was kind of leading with that question, and nobody would answer it. Is there a problem in the educational system that is causing people not to be able to think critically? Where they fall into this trap of being radicalized on either side. Like they just take what they see on the internet as gospel, and they're just like, oh, I saw it on Facebook, so it must be true. There are actually countries now that actually have mandatory courses on how to look at through social media and be able to fact check. It's the teachers that are radicalizing them. There are so many school shootings in Chicago. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, Poop NATO, but there's so many school shootings all over the country. Like, and of course, where you're in neighborhoods where people are, they're much poorer financially, et cetera, you're going to have a much higher degree of crime. That's pretty clear that that's going to happen. Academia has been completely hijacked by radical leftists. It's underreported though in Chicago. It's becoming normalized, Poop NATO. It's becoming normalized. Like, why is this? We were showing this the other day. There was 3 mass shootings in one day. Charlie Kirk got most of the news. The other stuff, it was impossible to find any news on it, even though it was happening. Like, why? Like, it's becoming normalized now. I learned how to figure out if a site was legit in college. Very valuable skill. People need to learn that shit in like grade 6, dude. Like, you need to be able to learn, especially now with AI. It's going to get a lot worse. Like, once AI really kind of takes hold, and people really learn how to use AI. The people that want to spew out fake news they've already learned how to use AI. It's going to get way worse. As AI gets better and as people learn how to use it more, it's going to get a lot worse. It's going to be, the problem is going to get a lot worse. Right? And you've got a whole, several generations worth of people that don't know how to sift through the content and actually determine to themselves, hey, is this bullshit or is this real? Right? Like they don't know. They have no idea how to sift through this content and determine whether this is fake or not. So there's a whole bunch of reports that happened even before they caught the shooter, and people were posting stuff and everybody was just running with it. Oh, the shooter is this person. Oh wait, no, hold on. It's not that person. That person actually lives in Canada and wasn't even near the site. Oh, okay, it's this person. Oh wait, no, it's not that person. That person was just somebody that was recorded debating Charlie Kirk at another university. People are just declaring that this is what it is, and then you've got suddenly a massive amount of people that are just going along with it without actually fact checking themselves to see whether it's bullshit or not. And that's the problem, is people will sit there and they'll watch stuff like Fox News or to agree like CNN, MSNBC, the Newsmax, like they'll watch these news sites and they definitely pull to one side of the political spectrum or not. But you've got to sift through it and actually do your research to find out whether or not this is bullshit or not. People only want to confirm their biases. And not only that, but once they've confirmed their biases, no matter what, they will stand by those biases. Like they will see something that contradicts their bias, which may be true, and they'll immediately say that's fake news, that's bullshit. I can't remember his name, but the guy I was basically been working with setting up guidelines for how to make AI safe for the last 30 years says that pretty much every rule has been broken already. I'm not kidding you. We're in trouble with AI. We're in trouble with AI. I use AI to kind of like, search through stuff or make like I'll use it to make like thumbnails or something like that. But it is going to be really dangerous because now the AI videos suddenly, I don't know if you guys noticed, but suddenly in the last year, the video quality of AI has dramatically improved. Like in the last year, it has become crazy how realistic some of these videos look, and it's only going to improve. And when the videos look extremely realistic, it's a lot of people are just going to immediately be tricked by it. I saw one earlier today where it was an example of an AI video that looked very realistic, except for the fact that they were asking the characters in the AI to do ridiculous stunts. So they had like an elder Asian lady who was like doing backflips and like karate chopping and like flipping over top of people's heads. And aside from the fact that you knew it was impossible when you were looking at it, it looked legit. But they were deliberately making it look ridiculous so that you could tell. A lot of people aren't going to use AI for that. Somebody could very easily make an AI video of, whatever they want basically, and convince a number of people on something that is complete and utter bullshit. You can make an AI video of what I'm showing right now on stream. These two people basically contradicting whatever this argument is saying and saying something completely different. Like it is bad.
To mass shootings. These are people that obviously have mental illnesses, but they obviously have the ability to kind of lack humanity.
Can video evidence no longer be used as definite? That's a good question. That's a good question. Like prove to me that was the shooter at the scene. Prove to me that was the shooter at the scene. In fact, I'll go one step further. Prove to me that this event even happened. Now, obviously that sounds ridiculous now, but do you not think that in like a few years' time, somebody could make like a whole series of videos to say this event happened and then post them all over the internet? You know what I mean? Like, we'd like to, like, we know that this incident didn't happen, but in 5 years, 10 years, you think that AI is not going to be able to replicate an event just like this on the internet? And say that this person was killed in cold blood by these people or something like that? Imagine the danger that AI could cause if somebody starts posting videos of, I don't know, say insert random group of people here murdering another random group of people here. It was racially, religiously motivated, and people seeing that all over the internet, and suddenly those people are seeing it are sitting there going, we got to have these people's heads. Right? Like you could make a video saying, hey, these Christians were walking along the street and or Islamists, Muslims were walking along the street and show them killing somebody, brutally attacking somebody, and then posting it on the internet. And, you know, it's going to look so real that you're going to have people up in arms and flipping out over it. If it's AI, there should be a law stating that it's an AI video. Dude, the unfortunate problem, though, is people that want to commit crimes are going to commit crimes. And if people want to, you know, set up a disturbing thing or send out a disturbing thing to the population, they're going to be able to do it. They're going to be able to do it. So,
person, like whether it's Charlie Kirk or President Trump or someone else, they can look at them, see them absent of being a human. And look, being a sniper is different than being a mass shooter. Mass shooting is much more personal and up close. Here, this shooter was about 200 yards away. It's almost like the God complex that I can take your life from here, but I don't have to be close enough to touch it or see you. So it's a very interesting paradigm in what we're facing right now in law enforcement.
And then, James, take us into the investigation right now as someone with a lot of experience within the FBI. What are they doing right now?
where did this kid get the gun?
What happens next?
Like, was it his?
Yeah, there have been a lot of criticisms. And look, I'll say this. To catch this guy in 33 hours. Now, initially there was speculation this was a trained professional assassin, and I think many of us that speak about this for a living and that have a law enforcement...
This is exactly what we were talking about the very first night, is people were going off that it was a trained assassin. He was hired by Israel. He was hired by... There was people that were claiming that Donald Trump was trying to get Charlie Kirk killed because Charlie Kirk was demanding the release of the Epstein files. Like, he saw this shit all over the internet, and then people were running with it. And then on top of that, you have AI bots that are adding to the problem.
Background, and we're former
Adam, no, it's not.
Military.
No, it's definitely not. As I said before, making a 200-yard shot can be taught to anyone within a day. Yeah, that's what you and Big Frickin' Red were saying. And then I posted that on Twitter, and people were like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You could not make that shot in a day. I was like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I have people in my chat that are military or ex-military, and they say that you could easily learn to make that shot in a day with a good rifle scope. You'd probably just need to be taught how to line up your shot. You know, 200 yards, I don't know, or 200 meters, however long that is in meters, 220 meters or something like that. I don't know how much wind is going to play in on a caliber bullet that size. I don't know how much of an effect that's going to have. So,
knew that wasn't the case. It was a very short range shot.
You subscribe? Thank you, dude. I appreciate that, Adam. Adam the FM. No, I try to remain neutral and sift through all the news and evidence, Adam, and make an informed opinion is what I try to do. I try not to just run off the deep end and just run with whatever the one's saying. So that's why I'm watching news from all sources. People are claiming multiple different things. I actually want to look at everything that's being claimed and sift through and find out what's real and what's not.
And just the manner in which the shooter tried to egress out of there. If he had jumped off that building, gotten into a car, and drove off onto I-15, he could have been hundreds of miles away before anybody could have tracked him down. But to be stumbling around the parking lot, stumbling around the contiguous neighborhoods, you knew that this was an amateur. Look, there's a lot of work to be done. The first part is, thankfully, thank God we have this person in custody.
See, that's what I was saying when this happened. I thought this guy, respect nuance is important. Yeah, we need to like look through the evidence and actually find out what's true or not. Because there's been so much crap that has been spread around with this story. Some of it's true, most of it's false. So it is important to actually dig into what the facts were. I think a lot of this is going to come out when the court case is going to be brought forth. You're probably going to have a lot of people eating crow, like that were saying he was this, he was living here, he was living here, he was with a trans person, he wasn't. Like you're going to find out. And right now it's just, you know, a lot of a lot of hearsay, and people don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like the new evidence is that he was living with his transgendered boyfriend, and this was like he is sticking up for trans rights or something like that. I've only seen Fox News has reposted what New York Post has posted, and they got their information from a random tweet on the internet. That's it. Like, that's how fast they ran the story without actually fact checking. I don't want to do that. So,
Jessica, now the hard work begins, putting the case together. I'm certain that they're going to attach murder charges at the state level here, and then maybe the feds
you
come
think?
in. Is it possible to attach a political assassination statute to this, or a terrorism statute?
It's all fake
terrorism?
news. It's
Absolutely
phony
possible,
stuff.
and I think we'll
It
learn
didn't
a lot in the
happen.
next couple of days.
James Gagliano, thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it.
all right. So that's CNN's little take. This is I haven't watched anything with News Nation at all, and I generally don't, because like there's news sources on both sides which will definitely stretch the truth or use fear mongering, and I like, we'll see what News Nation has to say, but
and I know everybody is feeling very intense things right now, and I'm with you on it. And this is where right and left come to try to be reasonable, and it is not easy, especially now, especially when emotions run high, but that's when it's most important. Tonight we have new reporting. I will tell you what is known and what is not known and what is a lie.
I think it would be actually ironic that News Nation is about to give us all the evidence, and it's actually true. We'll see.
Okay.
Cuomo used to be part of CNN, of course, and I don't really watch a lot of News Nation, so I don't know how neutral he tries to remain.
The investigation into the 22-year-old who murdered Charlie Kirk. Also, I'm going to take all of his wife's comments. I wish that this moment hadn't come for her, but she has decided to use it and to address us, and I want to hear what she has to say. And my heart goes out to her and the challenge she has with those two babies. Now, there are a lot of questions out there, and you are coming at me, and it is not that I don't care, it is that I am overwhelmed. Here are the four most common, okay? Why am I saying that it doesn't matter why the shooter did it? Because the desire to know is motivated only by advantage of one side over the other. One side wanting to blame the other as worse. This isn't, oh, I want to know so we can find out who did it and stop the next one. It's not what it is. It's not what's driving it. All they do is seek advantage, and that's why things are getting worse. Every moment.
What did I say yesterday? That you have it is just going to get worse until people start actually talking and figuring out what the fuck is going on here.
We spend time trying to figure out.
So left versus right, right versus left.
This is a moment wasted on getting anywhere better. Extremism is dominating us on both fringes.
Holy shit! Am I like agreeing with this guy?
Held the many hostage now for years because of social media. Nothing changes if nothing changes, and no one is talking about what should come to make it better. Only how to deal with the other side.
Adam, yes, I do plan on covering the Tommy Robinson marches. I will get around to that. It is definitely interesting stuff. We had sort of our own version of it, but not a Tommy Robinson march. It was sort of a Canada First march that happened in our capital as well today. So, but yeah, I can get into that a little bit later. Like I said earlier, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I want to get into today, but the Tommy Robinson marches are for sure one of the topics. By the way, Adam, I'm from Canada. I love watching like international news stories, so
certainly make this worse. Second, why am I treating the assassination of Charlie Kirk different than other crimes? And why was I wearing black to mourn Charlie the night he died? First, I treat it differently because it is. Charlie was murdered That is a first for us. No member of the media has been killed in my lifetime for their beliefs in America by another American. Also, you really should question why you question my empathy, why it would bother you that I was moved by a murder. But as a matter of fact, I didn't dress for Charlie. I was in a satellite truck because I was at an event that night. And that's how I was dressed for the event, and I went right into the truck. I'm very sorry Charlie is gone, and I feel for his family. And if that bothers you because of his politics, you bother me. Second, why do I hide what Kirk was really saying? Charlie said lots of untrue and divisive things, and I disagreed with him, and I was puzzled and said so to him about why somebody who says they chase virtue in Christianity says so many things that seem at odds with it to me. However, so what? Either killing for speech is wrong or right. I say wrong. Always. Every time. No matter what. So I don't dwell on what he said. And he said plenty that was not divisive. But none of that matters to me, because there is no good that comes from trying to mitigate what was done because of what he had said. Why do I push back on those saying this is war and that the right needs to galvanize to avenge Charlie? You'd be shocked, first of all, how many people are saying this to me. Look up the word avenge, okay? Here's a hint. Focus on the venge part. What good would come from that? I believe that some of the people saying that are moved by emotion. Others are using this as an opportunity to do exactly what motivated this murderer. It is exactly what we don't need. Last.
Let's be honest, there's a lot of content creators that are using this for views. Like, they're using it to rile up a base and get views. And you can look at like Alex Jones, who's notorious for screaming and stuff like that on camera and getting people pissed off. It's to drive up views. I honestly believe that like probably 70-80% of the shit that a lot of these people say, they're just yelling and screaming to try and get more views. That's how news is these days, unfortunately.
Why am I focusing so much on the role of social media and the role that it played in this, and when the democratization of media is such a good thing and you just want all the power, you don't want us to have our own platform? It's not true. I believe in the democratization of media. There is nothing inherently wrong with social media. It's how it's being used, okay? And the reason I say it is exactly an echo of what the best leader in this situation has said. The best in this situation so far, who has done the most, I believe, to call it as it is. And
you've not made a single video on it, not saying people shouldn't. I don't mind people making videos. It's the people that are I don't want to sound in like an asshole. But there are definitely people that are taking advantage of these moments and then acting above, just to kind of drive up excitement to their channel, etc., etc. I could sit here and scream and yell and act like a lunatic. I would probably get more views. Let's be honest. If I acted like a complete freaking lunatic, yelled, screamed, "We will not fucking take this shit," and just did that for 6 hours, I would probably drive up views like crazy. Right? Like, that is what people are doing. We will not take this. We will go to war. Blah, 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 blah. Like that. You see that all over the place now. It's just, and I think, like there's a lot of people, it's like insincere the way that they're acting. Unleash the inner orc. I've had a lot of practice for that. Did you like my inner orc? Let's get Tommy in here so we can... No, dude, I can't. Adam, I got a question for you. I've been asking all UK people from the UK. Do you know the difference between Antifa and actual fascists? let's not even start there because that was so bad yesterday. Anyways, that is what I see a lot of on the internet, and a lot of it is who can scream louder and act like they're more outraged and call for more violence, or we're not gonna take this, we will fucking take you down. Like, it's a lot of that. And it's not genuine. It's just pure theater in a lot of these cases. It's just pure theater, and it is. I think I think a lot of people can see through that and say, okay, listen, like you're acting a little bit fucking nuts.
Call for what we need to do, Governor of Utah.
It feels
This guy here, I'm not kidding you. I was going to make a video on this guy here yesterday. This guy, I think he's on the right side. He is the person that is standing up and saying, we need to take a seat. We need to sit down and fucking think this through. Hello, Aladar. How's it going? Is this loud enough? Cheesy, it is loud enough. How's it going, man? This guy here, somebody needs to make a video, somebody other than me, needs to make a video and be like, listen, this guy is like a calm voice that we need to listen to. No, this is the Valhalla guy. This is the Valhalla guy. That was kind of a strange thing to say, but I think his heart was in the right place. But it was just kind of a strange thing to say, I guess.
Rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. We can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to
he's a
find
voice
an
of sanity.
or it's going to get much, much worse. Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage...
This guy gets it.
People
Social
to
media,
log
man.
Off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member. Go out and do good in your community.
Or talk to...
You know what you know what I do sometimes, and I'm just going to show you, I'm just going to randomly open up Twitter here, and I can scroll through Twitter, and it is ridiculous the amount of, like, just pure bullshit that is posted. And it goes all over the spectrum. So if you've got somebody that doesn't know how to, like, sift through this shit and determine whether, what's right or what's real and what's not, people will fall for this shit. Like, it is all over. Here's your Tommy Robinson. Is it? Sorry. What's his name? Tommy. Why am I forgetting his last name? Is it Robinson? Anyways. Like, it is so much bullshit. You know what I actually had to do? I had to make a separate, like, news. Is that a failure? I had to make a separate news folder or whatever you want to call it, specifically with news sources that I feel are credible or somewhat credible that I can lean into. And it's just not people that are except Elon Musk I put in there when he wasn't crazy anymore. Now he's crazy again. But like I can sift through this stuff and say to myself, okay, this stuff is a little bit more credible than when I'm surfing through For You. And you know what the problem is with this is you're getting fed stuff on through your algorithm that is going to keep you on the site even further. The algorithm is specifically catered to you to make sure that you keep surfing through Twitter. So when you go to take a shit in the bathroom, you sit on the toilet for an hour rather than just opening it up for 30 seconds and closing it. It's a big problem. So when I hear people that, they're looking on Twitter and all they see is left hate and left declaring war, blah, 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 that's probably because, partly to do with your algorithm. When I'm looking through, I see shit posted on both sides. When I talk to people that are very left leaning, they'll go through it and they'll see stuff that is very right leaning. Like you'll have posts from people that are declaring war. This is civil war. We're going to war. And why? Because it it's been proven that you will engage with that, and it will keep you on the site. So I encourage you, create a separate news thread. Create a separate news thread, and just put people in there, or news sources that you find credible, Reuters, whoever, that are universally recognized as being neutral, and look at that. Ban Twitch also, except twitch.tv/Aladar. But ban all other Twitch. Why won't YouTube push some of your messages through? I haven't actually been watching YouTube chat. I think YouTube has like its own separate bot system. So if there's a word that you're using, I'm not really watching that chat. It does come up on my chat though. I can put up the YouTube chat on and maybe see why, like, separate bot system. So if there is it because of the word fascism? Well, that came in. What have you? Surname of the shooter. Slow and steady wins the race. Did you post that? I didn't see that come through. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure why that one didn't come through. Why don't they just split up the U.S. into 3? The left takes the West Coast, the centrists go to the middle, and yeah, if you're a left winger living in a left state like New York, you now have to move over to California. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Okay. Anyways, that's my beef with social media. Is a lot of the stuff that you're going to see is deliberately sent to you to force you to engage or to push you to engage. So it will often send you stuff that is, going to push you to engage with it, which is quite obviously stuff that, makes you angry. If it makes you angry, you're probably more likely to reply. If it's something that you strongly agree with, you'll repost, or if you'd like, you'll click on it, right? It's the algorithm. Whoops. The algorithm is literally trying to engage you to post. And through however many hours, days, weeks, years you've been on Twitter, it's just building up an algorithm for you. What is this person responding to? And if you're going to feel more emotion towards something like, something that the right has said or something that the left has said, they're going to post it, and you're going to see more and more and more of it. Anyways, let's continue watching this.
Actual people. What he just said is the best I've heard. So many young people are involved in this too. We see the increasing number of them acting out in horrible ways. Charlie had a huge young following. Many are in pain over this. There's an opportunity in that. They care. Use that. Don't demonize it. Don't push them to go dark because of it. Social media is being used as a thunderdome. It is a crucible of callous extremism where the few can be magnified and literally drown out the many. What should happen? Here's the answer. The people in charge of the platforms know how to, and do so, manipulate what is said to magnify certain things. That's why certain things trend. That's why they put their ads with what trends. Change the algorithm to not the provocative.
Did I just talk about the algorithm and how it deliberately pumps the shit that is going to piss you off? That's exactly what I just said. I'm glad that Como, who recorded this 4 hours ago, repeated what I just said 4 hours ago. Okay.
Don't say you don't know how to do it. You listen to us and email me ads for things based on what you're able to take with technology from my conversations, let alone what I write.
How like, is there some responsibility with platforms like X, Twitter, in inciting people in this way to get views? Is that their responsibility, or is it the responsibility of the person who's watching, looking at all this shit, to be able to sift through and say, no, this is bullshit?
Okay? You reward the provocative, the extreme, and the ugly. Reward reasonable. Elon Musk should lead the way. And I never suggested or would suggest that Elon should be hurt for what he says. That is horrible. And anyone who believes that is wrong, and wrong to want it. I know there's power in playing the victim. But Elon Musk is the one saying that the left is the party of murder. And that is as useless as his platform when it comes to pushing extremism at a time when we need to do the opposite. And I know it makes you money. And I know it makes you resonant. But it's also why you're no longer standing next to the president. And I would never want anything bad to happen to him because I think he has bad ideas.
Did he just suggest that that's why he's not standing next to the president because they're worried that someone's going to take a shot at one of them?
Elon Musk can be part of a better social media. He should change his algorithms, and I would never want anything bad to happen to him, okay? Now, another question I get is whether or not the guy was alt-right, that jerk Fuentes, the hater.
Here's one of the other rumors that is spreading around right now is that it was the Nick Fuentes, whatever his name is. He's an even farther right guy than Kirk. That this guy was possibly a follower of his and took out Kirk because of that. Again, probably bullshit, but let's find out what the truth is.
Or he was a lefty, but his family's for Trump. And I reached out to the investigative journalist who made the claim. I'm looking into it. I don't know. And again, I don't care. No matter what side owns him, it is proof of the problem. And the only way you get less of it is if you reward different things. Okay? Now, let's get to what is actually known. Brian Enton is on this for me, okay? For all of News Nation. And I want to go to him about what we now know, okay? And what we don't know, just as importantly. Brian, thank
here we go.
For being on this. And
I am going to be blown away if News Nation of all the news shows is the one that is actually spitting out facts. I'm not going to lie. Like, I had this idea that News Nation was like this, like, Fox News wannabe, like, what's the word? A poor man's Fox News. Am I wrong with that?
Helping so much on and off camera. What do you got?
Yeah, Chris, I'm outside the jail tonight, Utah County. This is where Tyler Robinson is being held behind me right now, charged with murder, no bond, obviously. Arrested 250 miles away in Washington, Utah. And the indications are...
You've never heard of News Nation? News Nation kind of, I don't know when it started, but it started to get big a couple of years ago. And it was when Cuomo got fired from CNN and... why does the guy's name escape me now? There was another, like the big guy from Fox News got fired, and they kind of joined News Nation at the same time, and it's kind of progressively gotten bigger.
Are that he confessed to his father, and that his father then contacted a family friend who is a law enforcement veteran, been in law enforcement for 27 years, and together they contacted the authorities. And late last night, the FBI drove all the way to the southernmost part of Utah to go and arrest him. And then they brought him back here where he is now. He's into video games. He was on a site called Discord. I was just going through the probable cause affidavit.
I'm not even sure why they mentioned this. What young 20-year-old, 22-year-old male, what are the chances that they might be into video games? You know, like, he was into video games. I guess it shows what he liked. I guess if he liked killing animals, it would be kind of weird, but...
David, it indicates that he actually messaged his roommate on Discord and told his roommate...
So they're saying he's got a roommate.
That he had left behind in that wooded area behind the university. Also on that rifle, etched, on the rifle, on the casings, I'm sorry, etched into the casings, there were several sayings, including, hey, fascist, catch, and also, if you read this, you are gay. Chris?
I thought these up arrow, side arrow, down. I thought that was on the same bullet or casing as the "Hey Fascist Catch" one, but maybe I'm wrong. If you read this, "You are gay." That's like a meme. I don't know if he was poking fun at people that were gonna find the casing, but possibly. And Bella Ciao. That is a from an old Italian resistance or anti-fascism song that is like decades old. But anyways, yeah, that's where that's from. But I think it's also like very popular with Antifa.
Early, there was a report from the Wall Street Journal that they got information from the ATF that it was trans stuff, and that went all over the place and became reason to say that this guy was a crazy lefty. We now know that that wasn't true, which is a little frightening, frankly, but the DOJ had tried to back people off it. But you know how it is, because of social media, any suggestion that gets out there that motivates a side is crazy. So what are the unknowns?
Yeah, and that whole trans report, I don't know if that came, there were some arrows on the gun that some people were trying to connect to some trans movement, but it seems...
Yeah, I can't remember what, Ciao is hello in Italian and Bella is beautiful. But the song that it comes from is a very anti-fascist song that was like, I think it was around World War II or after World War II that it became really popular, but it's kind of like one of the songs that Antifa uses apparently.
Seems those arrows actually connect back to a video game, and again, the suspect seems to have been a big gamer. We know, according to the family, and again, this was in the arrest affidavit, which was 3 pages long and pretty detailed, that he just recently got into politics, Chris, and that he had told family members at a dinner that he did not like Charlie Kirk. What we don't know is how much planning was involved. It doesn't get into that. I don't think they know yet. I think that's what they're investigating now, how many times he went to and from the university. We also don't know, like...
I also heard somewhere that he was talking somewhere on Discord about the killings before it happened, and I also heard reports that he asked his roommate or someone else to go and pick up the rifle. So let's try and clarify that.
Political motivations. There is a new article in The Guardian. They interviewed a high school friend who said that he was extremely left and that he was the only person who was left, politically left in his family, and that bothered him. But again, we've heard reports on both sides. I don't know. It depends who you ask right now. You got people saying he was far right. You got people saying he was far left. So we just don't know.
His grandmother apparently said that he was very right wing, and nobody in the family was left. So, again, there's like so many reports out there. Like, let's try and find out what's actually true.
That's exactly right. We don't know. Now, to me, it doesn't really matter. But I will say this. Very rare for families to turn a loved one in no matter what they've done. Remember
that's
the
crazy,
Petitos
actually.
and what we lived through with that. So not with the Petito family, but with the other family. So, Brian, thank you very much for the reporting. Appreciate it. Come back to me, obviously.
Thanks,
you learned something on my watch. I'm here. Now, I want to bring in FBI. What do we know, Dusty, about when Erica is going to go? Erica is Charlie's widow. Standing by. There seems to be what? Okay. Few moments going on. As soon as it starts, no matter what's happening, I'm going to get off. But I want to bring in Jim Galliano, retired FBI supervisory agent, and forensic psychologist Dr. Chris Mahandi. Thank you both, gentlemen. Let's talk about the unknown. Mahandi, from what you're seeing out there, I really don't believe it matters why he did it, because either murdering someone for their ideas is right or wrong, and as long as you agree on that, everything else is just advantage. One side to blame the other. But. When you look at what we know so far, what are the questions that lead to what was motivating this guy, not in terms of politics, but what does he represent as a threat?
Well, I think that the obvious threat is going to be, the preparations that people undergo, what we call violent pathway behavior, and that's what they're investigating right now. How many times did he go out to the campus? Because he obviously went there before. That's part of the deal. Preparing those messages that were left on the shell casings, et cetera. But the second variable that we often look at is fixation.
Where did he get the gun?
Variable for understanding. like you said, it doesn't really matter which content area it is, left or right. There is a fixation on a grievance, clearly. And the content of that grievance will shed some light, kind of which way that goes ultimately. But at the end of the day, what do we know about people that get fixated, that feel they're justified in becoming violent? They become more strident in their opinions. They become intolerant. They become rigid. You can't talk, kind of any sense. They become extremely judgmental. All the things
we don't know anything about the gun, Mike.
And so we're just going to find out about the content of that fixation. The fixation is there. We know it. He had a grievance with Mr. Kirk.
Were there prints on the gun? Like this is probably all stuff that's going to come out when they when he goes to trial. So we're probably going to have to wait for that.
The victim, and that's kind of the next thing that we're going to get into. But like you said, the content.
Thank you. Can you come over to Twitch? Okay.
Can go either way. It's wrong.
I'm also on Rumble as well.
Right. The question is, and another feature is less exchanges with people, more with social media, which was also a pattern, and we saw over here. I'll tell you what we don't see. Jimmy, what's your read on him saying Discord is a gamer app? Okay, that they're on there, they're talking to each other, they're getting cheat codes for the games and all that other nonsense. They're not usually talking politics, but what do you make of this guy's telling his roommate he did it? Like casually, in a discussion about something else. The roommate thought he was joking, but that's rare that somebody does that.
Yeah, Chris, I think we're at an inflection point right now, and you kind of nailed it. And look, you know that when these horrible tragedies happen, right? This was
let me go back.
He did
it. Did he say that he talked to the roommate and admitted that he did it, and the roommate said that he thought he was kidding?
They're not usually talking politics, but what do you make of this guy's telling his roommate he did it? Like casually, in a discussion about something else. The roommate thought he was joking, but that's rare that somebody does that.
Yeah, Chris, I think we're at an inflection point right now, and you kind of nailed it. And look, you know that when these horrible tragedies happen, right? This was a political assassination, whether it's a mass shooting, a terrorist attack, we all collectively hold our breaths and go, please don't let it be my side. That's just the way that it is. Look, all the motivations, we're sorting through that right now. It does appear that he had issues with Charlie Kirk from the perspective of he viewed Charlie Kirk as a fascist. But look, it's also important to know these are all Gen Z kids of recent that have been involved in these shootings. The shooting in Minneapolis, the shooting of the healthcare executive in New York City. Chris, these are all 20-something, young 20-something kids. And you touched on it with the gamer aspect. Look, there have been studies done about whether or not video games pollute the mind. And I know that there are strong arguments to be made that people that play video games, that is not a precursor to you're now going to become a mass shooter. But as you look at our society and you look at, the internet and you look at, social media and all those kind of things, Chris, the common thread here is being disaffected and disconnected. It all comes back to that. You pull in the thread long enough and it's going to come back to somebody angry and somebody who's a grievance collector.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that he would have gotten away with it, Mike, because the video itself was so damn you could clearly see who the person was if you knew the person, and his dad cornered him basically and demanded answers because his dad was like, "That's my son." Like I think the fact that he got spotted on security video, that fucked him over. Had he not gotten spotted with the security cameras, he probably would have gotten away with it. Because who knows if his roommate would have said anything.
No, I hear you. All right, guys, thank you very much. I don't want to be out of position when Erica Kirk gives her statement. We're going to have plenty more time to discuss this.
Got bragged about stealing. I didn't know about that one.
Galeano, Dr. Chris Mahandi, thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to bring in Stephen A. Smith, who's going to be with me for the rest of the time. And
Stephen
after
A.
Erica speaks, we'll talk about it.
Where's
and
his daughter?
Something that I believe is a solution, Stephen. Yeah, we're seeing young people. I don't blame youth for this. I blame the environment that they're in, the extremism, and how susceptible they are, and how susceptible we see with some mentally ill people are. They're more susceptible to suggestions, some. We got to get young people talking the right way. I don't think watching you debate 20 people and take them on and take them down. We don't need any more of that. I think we need to have kids talking to each other, people talking to each other about.
See, the problem with professional debaters debating people who are not at all prepared to have a debate with someone like that is it makes it look like the professional debater is correct when in fact he could just be a good debater. Like the stuff that he believes in, just because he's able to debate for that side doesn't mean that his view is correct. But because he destroys so many people in a debate about it, it makes other people think that he is correct. Not necessarily the case. But you would see several videos where Charlie Kirk would debate somebody who is up to the task and would lose. So
what they want to see so that they can see how much they share as common concerns. So we'll do that tonight after she speaks. But I read
an interlocutor.
Your take on
should I use that name for that word from now on?
It led me to want to ask you a question. What does it mean to you that this is pure animus in reaction to this and almost no, let's do better?
Well, it speaks to the degradation of our society that's been unfolding for quite some time, and how sad and horrifying living in this world has become, living in this country has become. We don't like to say such things like that because we've popularized America being the greatest country in the world. But the reality is that for a very, very long time now, we haven't behaved like that. We haven't behaved like that as American citizens. We haven't behaved like that as professionals. We certainly haven't seen our youth behaving like that with the lack of respect they have for their elders. We've seen our elected politicians acting like children and belligerent children at that. And the combination of all of those things lead us to be, for lack of a better phrase, a leaderless society. And when you have no one to show you the way from a moral or ethical perspective, you're going to rely on what you decide to rely upon. Sometimes that's your own thoughts, that's your own venom, that's your own frustration, and most importantly, it leads to people thinking that their definition of solace or, happiness to some degree, the definition of it is bringing somebody to the level of misery, down to the level of misery you're experiencing, as opposed to elevating themselves to a place and a plane where true happiness is supposed to reside. So all of those kind of things are the kind of things that come to my mind as a direct answer to your question.
What do you think happens next?
Unfortunately, we've already seen what happens next. Charlie Kirk, immediately upon his murder, his assassination, it was within hours when we saw leaders on Capitol Hill yelling at one another, blaming one another, calling one another to the carpet, showing very little decorum.
You had people on one side declaring war. We're at war. It's going to get worse, folks.
Very little willingness to work with one another.
It's going to get worse.
Recognize that it's important to come together and understand the state of affairs.
You were in a dumb stream earlier? Well, just let Mike talk a little bit more. You'll feel differently. I'm kidding. Hey, thanks for the follow, dude. One thing all of the shooters have in common is that they're all on Xanax. Is that actually true? Is that actually true? Like, do you have evidence to back this up, or are you just spewing? Are you on the? Do you have stocks in like a company that's competing against Xanax? I don't know if is that actually true?
In our country
and don't tell me yes, it's true because Mike says it's true.
We've deteriorated into, instead of taking that on, knowing that the cameras are rolling, knowing that American citizens are looking to them to show some level of decorum, to not give off the impression that Armageddon has arrived and the world is coming to an end, and instead making sure to articulate and really express and display a willingness to work together and to be decent human beings to one another. We didn't see that. We didn't see that. Instead, we saw the opposite. And so to me, it's going to get, I'm not going to say it's going to get worse because I can't imagine it could get much worse than what's happened. Us witnessing a murder on all over the internet, streaming all over the place where, I'm not going to get that image out of my head for a long time, Chris, to be honest with you. And that's what sparked me to say what I said, the way that I said it. I've seen a lot of things growing up in the streets of Hollis, Queens, New York City. I've seen people dead and what have you. What I've never seen is somebody talking to an audience of people with their kids right in front of them and their wife right in front of them, and all of a sudden their body jolts before completely collapsing in a lifeless fashion and blood come gushing out the left side of their neck. I've never seen anything like that. And for people to speak about it in a way that's dismissive or to point to some of the things that he may have said that
it was pretty
antagonized
repulsive.
and agitated somebody else, it's inexcusable for us to even have those kind of thoughts at that particular moment in time. There are people in our industry who would disagree with me. I don't give a damn about what they have to say in that regard. If you can't come to a conclusion that that was so god-awful and that was so heinous, and anything else that you could possibly say about Charlie Kirk's positions and what he had to say and his ideology and whatever, if you can't put that to the side for a moment and just speak to how awful this was, I don't know how much hope there is for that individual or us as a society if that's the kind of approach we're going to take.
The two most common reactions, and as you can see, Stephen A. and I are a third of the screen, two-thirds of it is where Erica Kirk is supposed to address us from. And I have it up. As soon as she's there, we'll shut up and we'll listen. And hopefully, you see the sign there, may Charlie be received into the merciful arms of Jesus, our loving Savior. Jesus, they are not new Christians because of crisis. This was core to who Charlie was. You can argue if you want about how he manifested it or whatever. But I'm telling you, his faith was central to him, and I know it's also faith central to his wife, and I look forward to what she has to say. The two most common reactions are, yeah, it was terrible what happened. Here's the first one. This is what you get. Oh no, okay. This is what you get for, on the left, dehumanizing the right and saying how awful they are and Nazis and everything else. And this is why we have to galvanize against you and destroy the left. Second one is, this is what you get by being a racist and a homophobe and a divider and breeding hate and putting it out there. It comes back to you. What do you say to those?
Ignorance. That's the word that comes to my mind because, you know, and I would say another word, ungodly, because somebody was murdered, and that takes precedent over everything. When you hear that kind of rhetoric, what you're doing is justifying a cold-blooded murder. That's what you're doing, and there's no excuse for that. Now, let's be very, very clear. I've never met Charlie Kirk. I don't know much about him. I've heard about Turning Point USA, of course, but I swear to you, Chris, I've never seen anything that he has to say. I'm completely ignorant to what his positions were and what he had to say specifically. I knew he was a supporter of Trump. I'm sorry. Good.
No, let's listen in. Here's Erica Kirk.
Okay, we watched this yesterday. Do we want to watch this a second time? We watched this a couple of times yesterday, so I think we've got what she's talking about. Obviously, she's very upset, and has talked about how she's going to carry on with the message from Charlie Kirk. So let's get past it, and
may
we'll,
God bless America.
If you want to watch her, if you haven't watched her, what she's talked about yesterday, it's all over the internet.
Erica Kirk just addressed us from their home where Charlie Kirk did his podcast. This is a first. Never had a member of the media assassinated on our watch. Never had to hear from a widow this way. I've never heard a widow.
I'm shocked that she was able to get up and actually talk relatively, relatively calmly, considering the circumstances. I would have been a mess. So I don't know how she pulled through and was able to do that.
As fresh as this is, as young as she is, speak the way Erica Kirk just did. Stephen A., what was your...
They said they posted this 4 hours ago. This happened yet. We had this talk yesterday. So is this like old footage from News Nation?
Heart-wrenching. It's sad. She's going to bury her husband soon. And her and a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old child witness him get murdered. And we have so many people talking about so many different things, but that's where the real pain lies. I mean, it's horrific that all of us saw what we have seen. It's horrific to know that people in our society are capable of such violent, heinous acts, but those closest to the victims are the true victims as well, because, you know, she loved her husband, 31 years of age, he's gone. That was his wife, that was the mother of his 2 children. And to have to speak before, you know, the cameras and obviously the nation, because everybody obviously is watching what she is saying at this particular moment in time, it's just, it's incredibly, incredibly sad. And, you know, one of the things that needs to be said is that, you know, any kind of crime is heinous and it's foul and it's incredibly unfortunate. But we've got 2 eyes for a reason, and when you witness it, no matter how much we try to disguise it, it has even more of a profound effect than when you just hear it. To see it, to actually, I know for me, that image has not been, there isn't an hour that has gone by that image of what transpired hasn't popped into my head. And that's why I'm at a loss as to how anybody else who has seen it could find their attention drawn towards anything, whether it's his rhetoric, his ideology, some of the things he has said that they may have found offensive, officials on Capitol Hill yelling at each other when there's supposed to be a moment of silence, and just all of this stuff. It's unbelievable that people's minds could go elsewhere instead of what I described.
I think that there's an instruction for everybody as a takeaway from.
So do you guys think it was more likely that this guy was radicalized from his 1 semester at UTU, or more so from his chats on Discord and stuff like that? I just feel like he it doesn't seem like he was taking his time at UTU very seriously. He dropped out, then went to another school, which is basically a trade school, to become an electrician. And then over the years that he was doing that, was he getting radicalized through Discord and through chatting with people online, or from UTU?
Widow said one.
Radicalized from UTU, and how do we know that?
Out there who are agnostic or don't see the utility in faith, that was a demonstration of it. That manifest belief in your core that the suffering of a moment is somehow a deliverance, that there is somehow a reason, that there is a grace, that there is a reward, power of faith. Charlie would have been very proud of his wife for how she handled herself. And I also think there is an instruction in this.
How is it a fair guess, though? Like, I went through university twice. I never got indoctrinated to become. I've seen a lot worse shit in the time that I've spent in Discord than stuff that I went to school for. Like, I've seen much worse stuff as far as stuff that people have posted compared to stuff that I've seen at my many, many years at university. You went to university. I was in university 5 years ago, actually. 5 years ago, I was going to university. I was taking courses at that point. So I didn't go to school 30 years ago. 30 years ago, I barely finished high school. What was I doing? I was working at a restaurant. I've got several younger or cousins and their younger kids that are going through university right now, though. And they see much worse stuff in like the stuff that I see in Discord or online or people in my Twitch chat is far more political than anything that I've seen in university.
This is the one person in the mix allowed to hate whoever did this and to hate whatever she decides this was about. And you heard her discuss evil. For her to not bathe us in the tragedy that she had to bear witness to, which she did not. For her to not talk politics about it. She is the only person who would have moral standing to say, hey, let me talk to you about the politics I think involved in this. Because she's the only one who paid a real price for everybody else's opinions. And she didn't. Instead, We all heard her call to action. I believe it was a suggestion that she's going to show her love to her husband in a living legacy of her commitment to the same movement. And that is a tremendous act of faith on her part, because she could just as easily want to run away from all of it and just protect her kids and see this world for the horrible place that it is frequently becoming. Now, where it leaves us is what happens in the next step of this. It can go two ways, Stephen. One is the right goes all in and says, we now know we're battling evil. We now know this is a war. There will be no dialogue. There will be no exchange with the devil. And that's what you people are, because you're happy about this. The other is that people are more like the widow, Erica, and say, I'm doubling down on my virtue. I'm doubling down on my principles. And I am not going to be what I oppose. I'm not going to be that. If I'm a Christian, this is simple. You're not going to be a moral hypocrite. Jesus was about loving mercy and forgiveness and trying to be conciliatory. It could go two ways. I think it's pretty clear which way it's going to go in the near term. What do you think?
I'm not sure. To be quite honest with you, to answer your question directly, I'm not sure what direction this is going to go in. I know.
I thought things were worse here in the UK, but this post week has made me think the USA has overtaken us in terms of severity of a threat of civil war. Oh, dude, I see some of the stuff that's going on over in the UK, and I don't know if you guys are running neck and neck, but it's pretty intense on both sides, I would say. Most of this year, the Americans have been ridiculing us, but I don't know that they've been ridiculing the Brits. I haven't seen much of that for what's happening here, but us, since the stabbing and the shooting that's completely stopped, I think you are going to definitely see, I don't even know if you haven't already seen it. I think overwhelmingly people over here believe that stiffer sentences need to be dished out for crimes, or a much better review of what the hell is going on, because things are not slowing down. I don't know when it started. Like, I can't pinpoint an exact date, but it has progressively gotten worse and worse and worse, specifically over like the last, I don't know, 20 years in the US. You know, like it's progressively gotten worse and worse, and I think people are going to demand answers to, you know, and you're going to have a lot of finger pointing and say it's this, it's that. It's, you know, people that are, you know, black, brown, white, pink, purple, people that are from this religion, that religion. Like, you're going to have a lot of finger pointing done. And, you know, I think people are going to eventually start to demand answers, and it's going to continue to get worse. And you're going to see an uprising. You're already starting to see it, but I think it's going to get worse. I think it's going to get worse. So finally, there's going to be a point where people are just like, we've had enough. I'm at the point where I think people like it didn't happen. Could you imagine if they go to trial with this kid, and for some reason, I don't know what it is, but for some reason, this kid is found innocent? Could you imagine if we had an O.J. Simpson situation where there's overwhelming evidence and somehow this kid gets left off, or let off on some trivial little thing like if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit? Could you imagine if something like that happened? What the fuck would happen? Why would he be let off? We haven't gone to trial yet, dude. I have no idea. But imagine for a second that he gets let off because of some trivial, like, piece of evidence. Say, for example, that the FBI wasn't doing their job, and, you know, there was a mistrial or something like that. Imagine if something like that were to happen. you would see the country absolutely erupt. I think the authorities know that. Like, I think whoever's handling these cases is really gonna make sure, because they've got overwhelming evidence, and apparently they've had him even loosely suggest that he was the person that did it. I think that's what they basically said, is that he's admitted that he may have had something to do with it or something. I'm just saying, I don't think he's gonna get off, but imagine if that were to happen. The country would just absolutely erupt at this point. It would be absolutely unthinkable as to what could happen.
Know that
in the UK, you've got all sorts of shit happening over there, and I believe the UK is already at that point. There's already a point where you're getting to the point where, if God forbid some Muslim gets caught raping somebody and he gets off, the same thing. You're going to watch the country just explode. Like,
I think the part
I'll be, if I'm not working at that point, I'll be watching the trial. And if God forbid there's a mistrial, or the guy gets off on, hey, we don't have actual effing evidence that this guy did it. Like, what if the palm print doesn't match his palm? What if there's no prints of him at the scene? What if there's no DNA evidence that he's at the scene? What if his defense team says he wasn't being serious, he was just joking around, and him saying that he left the rifle on site was because he heard about it on the news? I don't want to see that happen. But what if that's his defense? And then suddenly the defense or the prosecutors have got to prove that it wasn't a joke. If they've got no evidence of a palm print, that it's, the palm print's not his. So that's what we've got to worry about next. Just all shit hitting the fan. I think he will confess. The family seem good, but the demons that led him astray will continue to deceive him. We'll see. What if he doesn't? What if the defense team says, hey, listen, this is our defense. Deny, deny, deny. And then it's left up to the prosecution that they've got to actually prove that he was there. I lived through the O.J. Simpson shit, man. Crazy shit like this has happened before. Everyone thought O.J. Simpson was guilty. Everyone. Except Stephen A. Smith, maybe, or something. I don't know how he felt about it. But everyone thought O.J. Simpson was guilty. And then the verdict came back and riots erupted. Or what was the case with the guy that got beat up by a cop or killed by a cop? It was around that same time, and there were riots all throughout L.A. Was it Steve? No, not Steve Irwin. I'm not talking about the alligator dude. I'm talking about the dude that got pulled over for a random stop or whatever. But this is where we're at right now. This is where we're at right now. In we don't have any big cases like that here in Canada, but we do have people that are rising up to voice their anger over immigration. Not Rodney King. Thank you, Cheesy Taters. Rodney King, probably a guy that probably happened before a lot of you were even born. But Rodney King is who I'm talking about. Like, this is where we're at right now with this case. If something goes wrong with this case, shit will hit the fan. I think you mean can't own shotguns. There's lots of guns in Canada as well, and that's what we were talking about yesterday. is why like all of our countries have lots of guns. Why is there so much more gun violence though in America? Like, why is there so much more gun violence? We have guns all across Canada. Hunting is very popular here. Why is there so much more gun violence in America than everywhere else? So anyways, that's something to think about, something I think that America's got to look at. Like, why do we turn to guns? What is it? Is it education? Is it people that are in, been radicalized? Like, what is the problem here? Americans are crazy, but okay, but why do they jump to that step? Right? Like I could probably get a gun if I wanted to. I don't even know where to go buy one. Can you own a handgun for home defense in Canada? I'm not familiar with your laws. You can own guns here in Canada. Camby's has lots of them, from what I understand. Camby's has guns. I'd have to ask Camby's, to be honest. Camby's would probably know the laws up and down. Gun culture is not a big thing in Canada, though. Hunting is, but gun culture itself is not really a big thing. But if I want to own a gun and have it in my house, I believe that I can. I don't think there's any law against that. Right? It's just not a big deal to have a gun here. Like I went to the grocery store today. I was out of my house for 2 hours. I left my door unlocked. Like we don't have a fear culture in my country where you're terrified about what's going to happen next to you. And fear culture, like it's been proven that fear culture, like, will push people to act a certain way. Maybe not in Vancouver, but in remote areas, everyone has them. I don't doubt it. Like hunting is very popular in Canada. Would it surprise you? I've said this many times on stream. I've never seen a gun in my life that a cop wasn't holding. Never, or in his belt. Other than that, I've never seen a gun in my life. That's it. And like, I've been to Vegas like 25 times. I've never ever had the desire to go to the gun range. But if you're living in a small community where hunting and going out and hunting moose and stuff like that is a big thing, then yeah, you would probably have a couple of guns. But I don't know many people that buy guns for let's just win. I'm assuming you own guns. Do you own guns for security though, or because you hunt? Or because you think it's fun to shoot cans or whatever, or go to the gun range? Like, do you actually have guns for your own security? Do you think that you need a gun for your own personal security where you live in the Kootenays, or do you have it because you hunt moose or whatever? It's the population density in the media and colleges and medications. Come to your place and I'll show you an arsenal for a small army. Yeah, I was in the army. I was always feared guns. I don't want to kill anyone. Moonwalking Angel, where do you live? No, it's fun to shoot trees and stuff. Yeah, like most people, like in Canada, we're not indoctrinated into this life of fear, of constantly being scared of shit. Oh my, no, you better have a gun. Don't let them take your guns. Like we don't have that. Like I live in the most densely populated area. I've been told it's actually the most densely populated part of North America, like the area that I live in. I've never even heard a gun go off. I don't personally own them, but all my friends and family do. Okay, but why do they have them though? Like, do they have them because it's fun to shoot trees and shoot moose or whatever? Do they do it for they do it for sport, or is it because they're terrified for their lives? Maybe go once a year. So yeah, they go shoot a moose and they got meat for all winter, right? Like it's a different mindset. You know, but I feel like every time I go down to the U.S., everybody's worried that the government is going to take over. They're terrified every day, and you know they've got their guns in some sort of gun case, you know, easily accessible in case Russia invades. It's just like, and growing up with that your entire life, you think that it's gonna fuck with your psyche, you know, over a period of time. Constantly worrying about shit. You watch the news down there, and it's just constant. It's either the news or some new prescription drug where the side effects is possibly death. You had to do your military service. Yeah, that's pretty common over in Europe. Pretty common over in Europe that young men. I think Swiss it's mandatory. You don't know anyone that legally has a handgun? I don't even know where to buy them. I'm sure I could just look it up, but I've just never had any fear of needing a gun. I don't even have a fear of like ever needing one. Like I don't ever worry about somebody breaking into my place. Like it's just not a thing. So I don't worry about having to defend myself either. Like it's anyways, guys, I'm going to go throw some stuff in the air fryer, and by stuff that's obviously means pierogies. I kind of want to watch the rest of this. Is there any I want to watch the rest of the video, but I kind of want to because I want to actually, you know what? Let's just watch the rest of this and then
What you left out is that, you know, pundits, commentators, members of the media, we need to do an even better job of holding folks to account. When we sense evil, when we sense violence, when we sense people that are deviating from.
My employer has a department with in-house armed security and an executive protection division. They're employees of the company and not a contracted company.
Norms that contribute largely to a civilized society. We need to call it out, and we need to make sure that we're unapologetic in doing so, because again, asking for decorum is not taking sides. Asking for nonviolence and peaceful dialogue, even if it's disagreeable, is not, you know, it's not going against those things that we hold near and dear to our heart. And I think that's incredibly important. When I saw Erica Kirk just now speaking and watching her speak in its entirety right here with you, let's say this on her behalf. What she said, how she said it, and the manner in which she represented her husband, you talked about how it will make him proud because you knew him a little bit. I never met him. I knew nothing about him. But what I would tell you is that what man wouldn't want his woman, his lady, his wife to represent him the way that she just did? Mm-hmm. She spoke glowingly about him as a husband, as a father, as a leader for his organization, and she also vowed to continue his work. And when you see something like that, that's reminiscent of individuals that have suffered an assassin's bullet in years past that was represented by their spouses in very heroic fashion. So we appreciate that. But in the end, it does come back still to us. And what are we calling out here? We're talking about people who enjoyed this happen to him, who are unapologetic about it, who laugh and smile and have mocked and have insulted because they've accused him of all kinds of things because of his ideology and his rhetoric, escaping the fact that none of that matters right now. He was killed. Hey, I've run across racist before. Jewish folks have run across anti-Semitism and folks who've engaged in that kind of behavior before. We've all seen people that we may not even be able to stand. We can't stand their rhetoric. We can't stand the sight of them. We can't stand their presence. But we don't want to see them murdered. We certainly don't want to go out there and murder them. And so when you see something like this happening, for you as a human being to not gumption up the nerve and be conscientious enough to say, all of that stuff gets shoved to the side right now. At this moment, we're talking about exactly what happened to this man and how violent, awful that is. You have some people out there saying, well, two things could be true. You can feel that way, and in the same breath, you can abhor some of the things that he said and some of the elements of his ideology. No. Not when he's been killed by an assassin's bullet from 200 yards away. No, that stuff doesn't matter right now. He was murdered. That's what matters.
And look, I think you said it beautifully, and our
Stephen A. Smith putting the law down, man. He's speaking the truth. I was just thinking about what I just said. Do you think this constant, like, living in the state of fear in the U.S. could possibly be part of the problem? Like, do you think that over the course of, say, 20 years or whatever, that could possibly be part of the problem? Like, you don't have this constant state of living in fear in other countries, and this stuff isn't going on. Like, it's like you're living in a constant state of being ready for war, to break out and have to, like, fight back, and fears an entire economy, and it is like, it is. You're absolutely right. Do you think that could possibly have something to do with it, though? Like, I seriously think it's something that they maybe need to look into, because it is weird as somebody that travels down to the U.S. or used to travel down to the U.S. quite often, you constantly see this state of, like, let's fearmonger our citizens into believing, whatever it is that they're trying to suggest that they need to be scared of, and just constantly teaching them this stuff over and over and over again as you get older. You wonder if that fucks with your psyche after a while.
I appreciate you for it, and thank you for being here with me in this moment. This is a piece of our history that you and I just lived together. And this assassination and Charlie's wife's reaction to it and what she says she wants from it is going to be remembered. How? That's up to the rest of us, and we'll see. Stephen A., thank you very much. I appreciate you.
They grew up watching high-speed. They grew up not only watching high-speed car chases, they grew up learning to hate. They grew up learning to hate. Think about that. Like, from a young age. Do you think that there's young kids that are out there today that aren't learning to hate whoever it is? Whether it's a race, a religion, or the other side of the aisle politically? Do you think that there's kids that aren't being taught to hate the left? Hate everyone that's the left? Hey, Tristan, what's up, man? Like, and it is indoctrinated from a very early age. Canada is starting to feel very racist lately. And I hate to say that because, I grew up in a Canada where you would hear the odd, like, joke that was meant to, like, it was a joke, like, supposed to be a funny joke against a certain culture or race or whatever. I think everyone's grown up with that sort of stuff. But it is legitimately now getting to a point where you see people now that hate somebody specifically because they're brown or they're wearing a turban or something like that. If parents are divided to one side, those ideals will pass. Yeah, that is one thing. But there's a difference now where before it was like we had a difference of opinion. I respect you for your opinion. I don't agree with it. We can debate about it. We can talk about it. And that's it. Now it's not even that. It's you're growing up learning to hate the other person because they swing differently than you do. And now it's almost to the point where if you declare yourself as right of center, that's not enough for some people. Like, now it's almost a competition to see who can become more right or left of center. If you only believe these things, but you don't believe everything that we believe, you're just as bad. Like, we hate you because you're not ultra right wing or ultra left wing. And now it's just hate on top of hate on top of hate on top of hate. Yesterday, I hate to go back to this, we had somebody screaming that Antifa was right wing. And it was like really aggravating to sit there and and he wasn't trolling. He was actually being serious. And we were trying to explain to him what Antifa actually stands for and what is right and left wing. But it's like people are just hating for the sake of hating. But I do think it's a problem that you're seeing, and you've noticed it in the US first, but now I think you're starting to see it spread to other areas of the world where people are being taught to hate immediately, and it's both sides that are doing it. Like, both sides that are doing it. And I think people that were like in the closet about being racist or bigoted in some way, now they're like, okay, now I can come out because everybody's talking this way again. No, I think he specifically said that Antifa was the same as fascism. But regardless, he was wrong. Like, my grandfather was born in 1923 and was very racist. My mother was smarter than that and broke cycle really quick. Yeah, but what helped her break that cycle though was that she was like taken aside, educated, like made to see the ways. Antifa definitely have fascist elements. Well, the thing is, Adam, is the right and extreme left, or the extreme right and the extreme left, they act very similarly to push their beliefs onto other people. Right? Antifa are the fascists. No, Antifa literally stands for anti-fascists. They act the same way in how they're trying to rebel, but their beliefs are actually very different. Okay, so you can't say, like, that's what this person in my chat was saying. Well, they were like, they act like fascists. No, they don't. They act like fascists, but their beliefs are actually completely different. So they go around, they tear up they threaten people, etc., etc. The way they act out is the same, but they're acting out for different reasons. Two sides of the same coin, basically. The extreme right and the extreme left act very similar. They both fucking like yell and scream and, hit their chests and, wave shit around and stuff like that. They act the same, but it's for different purposes. But because the way they are acting looks so similar, people get them mixed up. Right? Where if you look at Antifa, they're generally much more left-wing, which means that they're anti-religion, they're anti-racism. So you see them protesting with pro-Palestine and stuff like that. Whereas the extreme right, they will do the same thing. They'll beat their chest. They'll damage. They'll yell. They'll threaten people. But they're very religious. They believe in social nationalism, which is very right wing. That is like Adolf Hitler, that sort of thing. So their actual actions are the same, but their beliefs are different. And that's why, if you were to say Antifa is fascist, really, I dare you to go and put Antifa members alongside people that are actually fascists, like the social nationalists and stuff like that, and watch what happens. I can promise you right now, it's not the same. I can promise you right now, it's not the same. You would have an immediate conflict. They're not the same, dude. Antifa is not right wing. They are not right wing at all. Remember that Hitler and Stanley were allies? They were, okay. If you actually look up as to why the Russians signed the agreement to not declare war on Germany, it's because Stalin knew he wasn't ready for a war. It gave them time to arm themselves. It's 1:54 in the morning there. Stalin knew he wasn't prepared for a war with Germany. So that's why he signed like an agreement with Germany in order to allow them time to build up their forces. That's a good question. I never asked, but if I had to guess, I bet it was her education and ability to be a free thinker. And we were talking about this before you got here, Cheesy. Is that a problem in today's society? Is that people are not being taught any longer how to think for themselves? And is that making it easier for them to being indoctrinated into these extremist views? They see shit on the internet and they're like, damn, that's making me angry because I saw it on the internet, so it must be true. But they're not actually able to think for themselves and dig deeper and find out what the actual root causes of these problems are. Forrest, I'm doing good, man. How are you? They invaded. Okay, Adam, look into. I'm not kidding. Look into why Russia signed that agreement. Fascists and fascism and Hitler wanted to sign the agreement so that he knew he didn't have to worry about his flank. I get that they signed this agreement, but they both had their reasons for signing the agreement. Okay, please don't look at just the fact that they signed the agreement. Look into why they signed the agreement. It is not irrelevant as to why. That is exactly the problem. Look into why they signed the agreement. Stalin was worried that Germany was going to continue through Poland and attack Russia, and they weren't prepared. The fact that they were close enough to be allied, they weren't allies because Stalin and Hitler were buddy though, dude. You're not understanding the purpose of why they signed the alliance. Hitler signed the alliance with Russia because they didn't want to have to worry about their flank when they invaded the rest of Europe. They wanted to be able to take over all of Europe and not have to worry about their backside. Russia signed the alliance because they knew that they could not, if they didn't sign the alliance, Germany would have marched right through Poland and probably right through to Moscow as well. They were allies as a matter of circumstance, dude. If you're not willing to actually go look this stuff up, this is exactly what I've been talking about. If you're unwilling to actually acknowledge and like just actually say, you know what, I'm gonna go look this up, that is exactly what I'm talking about. It. Okay, well then how do you not know what I'm talking about? They both signed the alliance, not because they liked each other. Do you think Germans and the communists in Russia and the fascists in Germany liked each other? Like, do you think they were buddies? Like, go look at any documentary or read up on it. Hitler fucking hated Russia. But he knew that he couldn't win a war on both sides. So he needed Russia to back down, and Russia needed to make sure that Germany didn't just march right through Poland and right through Moscow. Are you suggesting that people just Adam, just do us a favor and go look it up? I can send you a documentary. I mean, it's all over. Like, you can find like I'm dismissing it because it's besides the actual point that they were actual allies. I understand they allied with each other, but do you understand why they allied with each other? It wasn't because they were friends. It wasn't because they agreed with each other's political philosophies, which is what we're talking about. They fucking did not agree with each other's political philosophies. They were both doing it to save their own asses. Russia didn't want to have to worry about Germany invading, and Germany didn't want to have to worry about a war on two fronts. They wanted to put all of their pressure on Western Europe. Casket snap? Yes. It was a non-aggression pact, so not even an alliance, I guess. Yes. You do have to agree enough to be alliance. Yeah, they agreed to a non-aggression pact so that they could pursue their own desires to take over territory. China and Russia secretly don't like each other, but are allies. I mean, they're. I don't think you like. I don't think you can dismiss how much Germany and Russia did not like each other, even before then. Stalin knew that they were not. We have to watch a documentary on this. Stalin knew that they were not prepared for a war against Germany. Like, they knew they were not ready for a war at all. Had Germany invaded Poland and just gone they would have run right through Russia at this point. No, ad break? Well, you know what? This is a perfect time for me to go throw stuff into my air fryer. So I'll be right back. I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm right. It's all throughout history. Like, I'm not rewriting history here. I'm correct. I'll be right back, guys. Let me actually play something for you while I'm gone. Play this.
I should say, the governor and the president.
I'll be right back.
Talking about the death penalty. Well, that's something that they're going to try and work with. I have to tell you, for the family, that's got to be really tough, because it was a family friend that apparently initially reached out to law enforcement, and then the family turned him in. But you can imagine they didn't do it with the thought that he's going to get the death penalty. I think they were probably hoping that something else would actually transpire.
Let's talk about FBI Director Kash Patel. This was him at the press conference yesterday. According to Fox News Digital, Patel demanded that the video footage of the suspect be released to the public, despite people around him recommending that he not release the video. If that's true, Hal, why might people have recommended the video not be released? A law enforcement source did tell Fox News Digital, by the way, that Robinson's father did recognize his son in the video, so it did seem like it worked.
It did seem like it worked. That public release of the video actually helped break the case, if you will. That's what led to him being apprehended within 2 days. However, as an investigative methodology, a lot of times you want to hold on to that. Once you release it publicly, not only does the public know what he looks like, but the suspect themselves, the perpetrator, knows what you're looking at. They know what you're seeing. And they could start employing a variety of disguises. And by the way, if there were co-conspirators, they know that he's been seen, so they could employ a variety of means to try and disguise him. In some cases, they may try to get rid of him, so to speak. And so there's a lot of reasons why you may not want to release that information. You want to keep that a card close to your vest and use every other investigative means to try and identify who this individual is. By the way, with these pictures and some of the current facial recognition technology, you could run this through a variety of different databases, college databases, schools, DMV, driver's license, a whole bunch of different things where you could actually look for somebody who fits this and then try to winnow it down to who it would be. And that's probably what the investigators would think about. It's like, let's work this through our various different databases without releasing it to the public. Although, on the other side, Kash Patel was under a little bit of pressure. You remember, he kind of misspoke at the beginning when they said they had somebody in custody, kind of indicating to the public that they had got the guy who did it. Turns out that wasn't the guy who did it. He was just a person of interest who was somewhat suspicious. Turns out had nothing to do with the assassination. But it was widely criticized. There was a lot of, certainly within federal law enforcement circles and other law enforcement circles, there was a little bit of criticism that was the terminology that he used. He's not an investigator. He's not an FBI special agent by background. He's a former U.S. attorney. But,
I'm back to being right, and you're back to being wrong.
To wrap this up as quickly as possible. And so he took the risk of releasing it public, knowing.
Oh, Mike's
that the
already defending
suspect
me, it
might
looks
see
like.
knowing that the suspect might use that as something that they could baseline to try and look differently than what that picture looks like, but also knowing that someone around that suspect or around that individual might recognize them and call in a tip or turn them in, which is exactly what happened. So actually, at the end of the day, despite the criticism, it turns out Kash Patel's approach worked.
So, this 22-year-old suspect, police say that he was identified and reported to authorities, as you and I have alluded to, with the help of his own family.
All right, I just had
It's
to
hard, Hal. It's hard to put yourself
take
in
the automotive
shoes
thing off
of the family here. What's your reaction to them turning in one of their own, turning in their own blood?
Gut wrenching is the only way to describe it. That is in many ways the sum of all fears. Maybe not the very worst thing, but very close to the very worst thing. And certainly for the family, they do not want to send their son, regardless of what he's done, to certain death. And when the governor's talking about the death penalty and the president's kind of alluding to that.
TSIX Gaming, Hitler forced the German government into to absolve and force the chancellor to turn power over to him. Hitler's party was a minority party at the time when he came into power. So there is actually lots of good video on that as well. Like they did all sorts of shit to force the government to absolve and overthrow the government. So yeah, they like routed out the political opponents, etc., etc., like declared them illegal, all sorts of stuff. So he basically took complete control of the government, but his party was not a majority party.
And so in this situation, there may have been some sort of, and it hasn't been announced. I don't know. It's purely speculation, but there may have been something said to law enforcement that says, look, we'll turn him, we'll get him to turn himself in, or we'll turn him in or whatever, but please do not charge him with the death penalty. But then at the end of the day, the investigators involved probably, they don't have the final say on how this person is going to be charged. But that would be something to think about. Now, you have to think about the long term as well.
Well, TSIX Gaming, that's the definition of fascism as well as dictatorship and stuff. It's not just socialism. Like each side has their extreme views, and each side's extreme views has government that has complete controls, but their beliefs are different. But living under socialism and living under communism is probably fairly similar in many ways, right? So,
if you want friends and
like under socialism, religion is very, very important. Like, religion's very like if you talk to a lot of like extreme right, people that are on the extreme right, they look at religion like you look at like neo-Nazis or national socialists, like Christianity or religion is very important to them. Communism, they outlaw it. Like they get rid of that fucking shit. They don't want it anywhere around them. That's why you look at like China, religion is like they don't like you if they don't like fucking religion. Right wing, they do like religion. Like there's lots of differences, but the way that they act to gain power, their actions are very similar, but their beliefs are very different.
Family
that we all watched while the manhunt was underway. This is the suspect as he was making his getaway, jumping down from the roof. I'm getting questions from viewers about the actual shot that he took.
I don't play WoW anymore, Fiction Lost. Sorry.
Let's put something to bed. Did this guy have to be a sharpshooter to do what he did?
Absolutely not. It's 200 yards or less than 200 yards. It's not that difficult shot. If you've gone out there and shooting, in fact, I would say most serious hunters would say, yeah, I could make a shot like that without any difficulty.
Do better research in the time, and then he just logs out.
Speculation saying, oh, he must have had some specialized training or something like that. First off, he has, as far as I know, he's got no connection with the military at all. He's got no serious connection. There was some talk that his father had been law enforcement, but I've heard that was just
What's
somebody
good
said
about
that,
WoW
and
right
there was
now,
nothing
Fiction
to
Lost?
it.
Like, why would I want to be
But
playing
he
it?
could have gone out there, he could have done a lot of stuff, and we see this with a lot of these lone wolves, that they will do a lot of their training, so to speak, online, that they will do online gaming and use various different ways to train. And we've seen that with others. We've seen it with those inspired by Al-Qaeda or ISIS, that they will use online gaming like Call of Duty or something like that to as they think, hone their skills as
Call of Duty?
you know, I don't know, combatants or whatever you want to say. But
That the problem?
But in this case, if he just went out there and just practiced shooting, he could probably get to a point where he could hit a target 200 yards away. And it was interesting. Somebody mentioned to me that it was a neck shot. Well, I don't know of anybody who goes for a neck shot at 200 yards. It probably, more than likely, particularly because he's a lone wolf and he's no background. Generally you'd aim for what we call center mass, which is you go for the center of the torso because you're more likely to hit them there. But you'll find some people want to go, would-be assassins try to go for a headshot. The would-be assassin in Pennsylvania tried to shoot President Trump, or at that time candidate Trump, with a headshot. He wounded him, but he fortunately, President Trump turned his head and it nicked his ear as opposed to what it could have been. So they like to go for a headshot. In this case, it looks like it could have been a headshot, in which case it is possible. And I haven't heard the full details, but they've been kind of alluding to he may have had a scope on the weapon. Again, I have not heard that confirmed, but it's been kind of discussed that he may have had a scope on the weapon. If he did that, or even if he just had iron sights, it could have been zeroed.
Yeah, we went through that earlier.
That would be a very
TSIX.
common thing for somebody not that familiar with shooting to do. He may not have adjusted for the elevation, in which case he could have been aiming for the center, could have been aiming, for his head, and a slight declination, and that's why it hit his neck. I'm sorry, I'm getting into the details here, and for anybody out there, I know this is kind of gruesome when you consider what happened, but I'm just bringing this up that those are indications to me that he was not a sharpshooter per se. This is somebody who
There was a sharpshooter that was a couple of them that were on the very first day that this happened, and they were talking about how where it hit the guy, etc. The snipers from the I think the Green Berets they were from, or the SEALs. They're former SEALs. They were saying that they would have gone for the headshot. So they didn't know who the person was at this time, and they said this guy does not seem to be a professional, because a professional would have gone for a headshot. And the fact that he missed from that close suggests that he wasn't a professional. And they were describing how, because of the angle and shooting downwards and stuff like that, he probably missed the head and it hit him in the neck, and that's how why it hit him in the neck.
Or specialized areas where you see people who want to avoid public scrutiny, if you will. That's where they go out. That's where they foment their ideas. That's where they meet like-minded individuals. That's where they communicate, they chat, they share information. And in many cases, we've seen where they kind of ramp each other up, if you will, building.
It is Azeroth news. Yes, welcome to the new World of Warcraft. It's called Real Life. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my food.
Building up their nerve to go out and actually do something, not in the virtual world, but in the real world. We've seen that before. And the question comes, okay, so how do we police that huge part of basically society? The part of society that's not on the streets, it's not a physical presence, it's all online. Yes, does the FBI look at this? You bet. They look at it, but they are limited in the amount of personnel and who they have that can do this. And by the way, if you take somebody who is motivated to be an 1811 special agent investigator, and they want to go do things like they've seen in the movies and read in books and all that stuff, and then you say, here, sit down, I want you just to look at the internet, I want you to look at these chat rooms and do this stuff, you've probably put a round peg in a square hole, or vice versa. It just doesn't seem to be a great fit. So one of the challenges is they're going to have to be recruiting more people who are, by temperament, talent, and convictions, a little bit more suited for patrolling this particular terrain, if you will, virtual terrain, as opposed to traditional standard enforcement law enforcement activities that you see on the streets or elsewhere. And that's been a big challenge within not just federal law enforcement, but all law enforcement. By the way, local law enforcement, even large PDs. I mean, I give nothing a salute to NYPD for what they've been doing. Looking,
You need
at
to
things
watch all
online, and
well,
other
I think
large police
proper
departments,
security
what they
teams
do.
they normally do, but
even
this
they
guy
will
didn't have a
turn
very
around and
big
say, hey, look, the
security
internet
team.
is not in our jurisdiction. Our jurisdiction has boundaries. We don't look everywhere. I mean, we'll look, but we don't look everywhere. So in many cases, just due to lack of manpower or other resources, they have to limit what they can look at. And then, of course, there's the legal parameters. I mean, there are privacy rights and other things they have to consider. And so there are legal parameters to what they can and can't do. But we're going to have to figure out a better way to do this because, you know, that's where they're acting out. That's where we get the indications and warnings.
You're gonna have a security team on a college campus.
Something like this is going to happen.
It's just you're right. They shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to ever have a security team. But
So Hal,
people are fucking crazy.
Go over some breaking news that I'm getting from Fox News Digital. I'm getting this in right now, so I'm going to read you verbatim what they're reporting. They say they have an exclusive. They say the alleged assassin lived with his transgender partner. That's according to senior level.
Okay, so this is
FBI
obviously an old
officials
recording.
speaking with Fox News Digital. The Bureau officials confirmed that Tyler Robinson was in a, quote, romantic relationship with the unnamed person who is a male transitioning to a female and that they shared an apartment in St. George, Utah. Those FBI officials told Fox News Digital that Robinson's partner is fully cooperating with the FBI's investigation. Do you take anything away from that?
Well, it certainly explains some of what was written on his ammunition. As you know, he did markings on his ammunition and did some markings.
Mike, I told you earlier, I want to hear it from more than just Fox News.
This will help build a psychological profile. One thing I do take away.
See, the problem is Fox News got it from the New York Post, who got it from a random tweet on Twitter. So, like, let's wait until we actually, hear that it is actually true, rather than just somebody getting it from their source that it was a random tweet.
Extremism and the danger it poses, and certainly this does kind of fit into that kind of narrative. And so I imagine, there was a lot of discussion the last couple of days that, we need to cool down some of the rhetoric. We need to
keep in mind there are a lot of people that really want to be able to blame shit like that. Is it far-fetched to think that this random tweet was somebody that just wants to continuously pin the blame? On the other hand, it could very well be possible that this whole story is true. And because Charlie Kirk was basically against transgenders, I think that we can safe to say that he felt the need to go and actually do something about it. We're going to have to wait and see. But right now, it sounds like, I said this when we first started streaming, the tweet about the relationship with a transgender, it seems to be stemming from a random tweet that was on Twitter that New York Post ran with, and Fox is reporting that.
Investigation.
So let's see if it's true or not.
And we still have a lot to learn about what exactly has transpired here. Hal's going to stick around with me. We have a few more things that we're going to discuss throughout the afternoon, including the latest on the Russia-Ukraine war and the latest on the Gaza war as well. While we're here, and while we've got this report in front of us from Fox News, I'm just going to read a little bit more from Fox News Digital. They say the FBI official told Fox News Digital that the individual has been extremely cooperative and said that the person, quote, had no idea Robinson was allegedly planning to assassinate the Turning Point USA founder. The person is not currently accused of any criminal activity in connection with the assassination. Again, this is exclusive reporting from Fox News Digital. These are preliminary details coming from the preliminary results of what is very early on in a lengthy and complex investigation. We always have to add that onto things like this. But that's the exclusive coming from Fox News just moments ago as we continue to take a live look at this growing memorial for Charlie Kirk outside of Turning Point's headquarters in Arizona. Let's take a commercial break. Hal and I are going to be right back.
All right, let's continue. Let's finish watching this video.
All right. I want to now, is this about young people as a problem? Nope. It is about young people as a solution. And I want to bring in members of the Gen Z community. I don't believe, I'm happy for Turning Point to continue the college tour, do whatever they want to do. It was very effective for Charlie. I don't believe that that's all we need. Seeing me take on 20 people who disagree with me on something is sport. And it can be productive. Better would be for you to see me on a campus with 20 kids who disagree on something, and for me to show them that the basis of their disagreement is probably inaccurate or misunderstood or exaggerated, and that there is more agreement that matters more than what they disagree on. I think I could do that anywhere in the country. And I won't because I have a job, but I think it's what we need, and I think it's what kids should be engaging in. And I think it's what has to change, one of the things. So let's bring in people who are in position to do exactly that. Christian Hodges is a senior in college and a Turning Point USA ambassador who must be feeling heartbroken but so proud of Erica right now. Adam Mockler is a progressive Gen Z influencer, works with the Midas Touch guys. And Manu Meal, okay, who is CEO and co-founder of an organization I love, okay? This is part of the solution. Bridge USA. Look up what they're doing. Bridging the political divide on college campuses, bringing kids together. Genius, needed, loved, and appreciated. Now, gentlemen, each and all, thank you for joining me. First, Christian, I am very sorry for what happened to Charlie and how hard this is, especially for young people. You know, you have the blessing of youth and that you haven't experienced the loss that you go through with losing your parents and your grandma, everything else. This is a huge blow and an assassination. What did you take from what you heard about Erica, about what you need to do now?
And thank you, Chris. That means a lot. Erica's words, that was pure class. For her to maintain composure under pressure like that, that's unheard of.
I don't know how she did it, to be honest.
The question you asked Stephen A. Smith, I want to answer that for you. I want to answer that for you in hope. It's the second of the two that you mentioned. That I see that there's a revival that's going to be coming to my generation. It's not just mere wish casting that I'm talking about here. That's what I'm hearing from my generation. I can't count the number of people, Gen Zers, who have reached out to me saying something along these lines. That Charlie Kirk's death has led me closer to Christ, has strengthened my faith in Jesus. That has even led me to convert to Christianity, because Charlie started his message out very simply yesterday. He started out by proclaiming the gospel, which is as simple as this. It's that Jesus came here, born of the Virgin Mary. He died and lived a perfect life. Now he sits at the right hand of the Father, and he gives us eternal life. For who? For you and I. And yesterday was the best day of Charlie Kirk's life because of that. Why? Because he heard the very words he lived his life to hear. He heard, as Erica pointed out, well done, my good and faithful servant. And we can have that same joy if we confess and repent and believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. And that's where we'll be. We'll see Charlie again. But as for now, revival is coming to this generation. Mark my words.
Adam, when you hear Erica and you watch what's being processed around you, do you believe there is a need to do better, and what does that look and sound like?
Yeah, first of all, Erica's speech was incredibly brave. I could not imagine maintaining that composure, as Christian said, 48 hours after. But I think a few things need to be done. I've been talking a lot on my program about the algorithmic radicalization happening to young men. Tyler was my age. Tyler Robinson was 22 years old. I'm 22 years old. We see a repeated pattern that actually goes beyond either side, where young men are being radicalized online. That is accelerated by the COVID pandemic's isolation that dripped down into all young men during their formative years. And we also have both foreign and domestic actors trying to incentivize this type of radicalization. So a lot of the rhetoric starts in a top-down manner. Leaders in a top-down manner have to not use rhetoric that is inflammatory. People have to remain on a factual basis. And something fundamentally needs to change about the way the algorithms promote the most radical ideologies. Because, I mean, while Charlie Kirk was getting shot, it was tragic. There was another shooting going on in Colorado, and it was another dude that looked the same, like it was another just white dude who seemed radicalized. I'm not saying it's all white dudes. I'm just saying there's clearly an algorithmic problem with young men that needs to be fixed.
I agree with you 150%, and you should make
I started off with this when we started the broadcast.
devil, but because he's part of the solution. Elon has tremendous power.
Go on
He
Twitter
understands the
and
engineering
you're
of
at the algorithm.
We all know they're capturing the provocative because it's profitable. Change the model of what makes you money, and we'll have better dialogue because it will be rewarded.
I can pause this because it's not live. I said this when we first started. You can go back and watch the VOD. Was that the algorithm on Twitter, on all of these sites, is deliberately built to get the most emotion out of the people that are watching, to keep them watching. If it was just let's just go through the facts and boring news, like if it was Reuters all the time, you'd turn that shit off. You'd be like, okay, I'm not scrolling through this for more than 30 seconds. But as soon as you go through like the For You thing, it's like you should just see what the difference is. Of course, the first thing that comes up on my screen is Bahira, but it's basically just a lot of shit that is to incite a reaction and to get you involved or angry or pissed off, or it's going to spark a reaction from you. Me looking at just the regular news thing, what is this? Last night of the poems, the program light as puff pastry, and who the fuck cares? Like, honestly, do I give a shit that the Tigers' left-handed pitcher, Tariq Skubal, is feeling better after an injury scare? I couldn't give a flying fuck. I'm already bored as hell. And this is like my news feed. This is like legit news. Who cares? Cubs return outfielder Owen Cassey to the major league roster. It's just like, okay, whatever. Who cares? Like, that's not going to give me make me react or sit here and scroll through shit. But people will literally, if they just look at their regular Twitter feed, they will doom scroll. Like, and it's literally the first person on my scroll is this character, Cat Canada. She's Canadian. She literally, I'm not even following her, but I see her all the time on my feed. You know why? Because she is very good at inciting reactions from people, and my algorithm has figured out that this is the type of person that is going to incite a reaction from me. So I see it nonstop. I see this shit from her nonstop. Grums I actually follow, but he's also now turned into a very political, like, he talks more about politics than he does about games now. Same as this guy. Like, this is all shit specifically designed, or the overwhelming majority of it is all designed to incite a reaction from me. And most of it, a lot of it, is like opposing views inside, like put on my timeline, and it's just gonna make me angry. So I'm constantly like flipping through. You know how many people will sit there and open up Twitter, and they'll sit there and doom scroll. You'll go and take a shit in the bathroom, and sit on your toilet for an hour, just scrolling through this shit over and over again. And the algorithm knows what gets you, I don't know, involved, pissed off, angry. It knows how you're going to react to a lot of stuff, and it's specifically designed to keep you engaged. Like, it's nonstop. Like, it is actually really important. Like, and they do this deliberately. So how many people are getting indoctrinated because they're reading this fucking crap on Twitter? And now you have the the invention of bots that are literally fake accounts that are just spewing shit over and over and over again. Like, that's what they do. They just spew shit over and over and over again, and they're designed politically to basically post stuff to force a narrative. Like, that's all this is. And look at some of these comments. Elon Musk says the Democrats are a party of murder and celebrating murder. And yet, if you go and look at comments from Bernie Sanders or whomever, they've all of them to a T have denounced the murders of Charlie Kirk. But shit like this is allowed to remain on. I mean, I get Elon Musk owns the platform, but this shit is all over, and it's people that are like, oh, the left is doing this, the right is doing this. I can show. Let me find one really quickly. Here, like people that are like on the right side of politics are constantly saying that it's only the left that's doing it. It's only the left that's doing that. That's because that's all they see, because their algorithm is only showing them that, because it knows they're going to get pissed off. This guy popped up on my feed. 2 minutes of him basically spouting Donald Trump. Let us go to war. Let us go door to door and kill these motherfuckers is basically what he's saying.
Likes on my last video. So keeping with the traction, let's try to get this video in front of Donald Trump.
No one on the right was gloating over his death, though? Because why would you gloat over the death of somebody you liked? Does make that make sense? Right wing would seek vengeance. That's what this guy's doing. That's what I'm trying to show you. See, you might not be seeing that because maybe you're more right wing. I see it all over Twitter. This is just a random guy. Only Democrats were gloating about his death. No, only left-wing fucking retards were gloating about his death. Overwhelmingly, people on the left were not gloating about his desk. Right? Like the guy from Young Turks was not gloating about his death. Was it Sink? Whatever his name is? Bernie Sanders. Like, none of them were gloating about his death. But the algorithm, when they see that somebody's gloating, doing this sort of shit, is pushing it onto your feed. So that's what you see. It builds up a reaction, emotions with you, and you're more likely to react. And when you react, it makes the platform money. No, it's imbalanced because that's what you see. I saw this shit all day long on my feed.
Took the same oath.
I saw another lady where she was calling for a civil war and that they should be able to have public executions of anyone that's liberal in the streets. Like, this is on Twitter. Like, how is this allowed?
Over 13 million veterans in this country, most of whom are conservative. We took the same oath to defend our country against all enemies, foreign and
He's calling for Donald Trump to allow a civil war, saying, Donald Trump, we will be on your side. Like, it is nonstop. And it really, like, I really believe it's a major problem because people see this stuff all over the internet and they're like, oh, it's the other person. It's them. So they get more and more angry. You fell asleep? I gotta get to sleep for work. All right, see you later, Cheesy.
You can't punish. No, see, I see.
What happened to Classic WoW? It sucks now, dude. Classic WoW sucks. Bots everywhere. I just could have no bother to support Blizzard anymore.
It differently, but it doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? Because you're still going to come back on this show and always be welcome here because it's about how we disagree. I think he has tremendous power over the biggest social media platform in terms of our political dialogue. Now, Manu, I love what you're doing, okay? I love it. Thank you, and let me know how to help you. What do you expect from bringing kids together to talk about why they disagree?
Do you honestly think watching a public education is good for you mentally, TSIX? Like, honestly? Like, do you not think do you think that's something that would not, like, deeply affect you? Or young kids that see it, or what have you?
Well, Christian, I just want to say one thing to Christian, which is I'm really sorry for what your organization is going through. I'm really sorry for the moment that we're in, and most importantly, the platform that we have here, the opportunities we're going to continue to see. I think there's a unique opportunity at this moment. And it's incredibly sad to see the ways in which the extremes on both sides are radicalizing in some ways, and rightfully, I get it. But there's a new counterculture brewing on America's college campuses. Right now, I have a live ticker of San Jose State, University of Missouri, UT Austin, George Washington University, colleges across the country where there's a new narrative, Chris. And that narrative is actually a third option beyond what you and Stephen A. were talking about. And that is a narrative not of deep anger. It's not of deep dismissal. It is one, as Christian, you just said, of hope for conversation and dialogue. There have been moments of conflict in the past. There have been moments of conflict in the future. There'll be extreme pain and tragedies. We all know that this will unfortunately not be the last of what America has to see. The question is, do we choose the counterculture of pluralism and bridging, or do we choose the counterculture of resentment and anger? And the last thing I'll say is this is not about fake compromise. This is not about kumbaya bipartisanship. This is about understanding why the people we disagree with believe what they do, and that is what Charlie stood for. And that is what a lot of people on the left stand for. And the fact is, it's time to elevate their voices because it's exhausting to live in the tyranny of the loud minority. And I think it's time to elevate and change the way in which our culture is headed.
And I'll tell you why it's so key and why you guys work together as a dynamic. Because when the young people, the consumers, start to shop for reasonable and start to shop for ideas that can actually get implemented that require some kind of cooperation, now the commodity changes. And once the commodity changes and they want it, now you can make money by giving it to them. And then the algorithms are easier to change, and they'll stop lying to us about how they don't have to control it and they don't want to moderate content, they don't want to censor, and all that other BS that is just shirking their ability. And then we'll get to a point where you can have a Christian and an Adam sit down, and one guy can say, look, man, all this Jesus stuff doesn't work for me. I have a total different mindset. Great. Where do we agree? How do we fix? And if we don't agree, whose idea is better on the merits? If we can get to that place with your generation, you will exceed the expectations of any other in American history. Would Charlie have wanted it? Yeah, I think so. I'm not here to judge Charlie. I got plenty to answer for myself. Young men, good luck to you going forward, and know this. I am a call away for it. A call away. And Manu, for you, it's free. I will go anywhere and lend my name and whatever value there is to anything for anywhere you want. It's free to you guys too, but he's got an actual organization.
Thanks, Chris. That's, by the way, how you make it a commodity. That's how you make it a commodity.
That's right.
Is suddenly you make something free and exciting, and importantly, you make it something that students are ready for. Can I just say one quick thing on this? Because I think this is really important for folks to hear.
Hurry up. Go ahead.
In 2017, violence and protest was not the norm. Today, violence and protest is the norm. That means that if you stand for dialogue on your campus, you are the courageous one. You are the one with courage. That means you're the pioneer,
100%.
And that's special.
100%. 100%.
The commodity is life and death.
Angry is easy. Being angry is easy, okay? And if violence is a no, then dialogue is a yes.
People will get into that. We'll get into that.
Thank you, and God bless. I appreciate you. Leland Vittert picks it up right now. I'll tell you what, I did not anticipate ending on a hopeful note, to be honest, because I wanted to just give the window to Erica Kirk. Honestly, I didn't know how long she would go. But I'll tell you, I am an irrational optimist, and I know that. I believe that this can be a dynamic that gets us to a better place. I believe that. And that's not to call Charlie a martyr or anything else.
That you're irrational. But
yes.
I
always have.
I am still emotional about hearing from Erica Kirk. My mind, I know you've had a wonderful conversation with Stephen A. and with those three guys. I almost couldn't process it. I was still processing her words and her position. Maybe it's because I'm newly married and you think about your wife being in that position, my wife being in that position. I can't really comprehend it.
I have never seen anyone do what Erica just did. Now, the context on that is very few people have been in the position that she has been forced into. But that she chose to use it this way is incredibly brave, and it's a great example for her kids as part of the legacy she's building for Charlie that they're going to have to learn later. But what is made of it, we don't know right now. I'm sure social media, I'm sure my phone is hot from hot takes, and we'll see where this goes. But our role is clear. News Nation has never been more needed in this mix for a place where people can come, and we're going to disagree, but with decency. And it's about testing ideas, not testing people's patience. And that is a big difference. Hopefully, that's what we get more of.
I like it. Chris, have a great weekend.
Thank you for watching.
All right, let's what are they talking about live here?
And so Article 4 consultations are underway. And that's what led to
All right, what do you guys think about the last video that we showed there? Obviously, it took a lot longer to get through it because we took a couple of breaks and watched some other stuff. But overall, I said this yesterday, until people start to actually talk to each other, you're just going to constantly have people pointing fingers, and tensions are going to continue to rise. And eventually it's going to get to a point where, there's just outright like battles in individual cities or whatever. It's going to, ignite a fuse, so to speak. So
do something with the Russians where they go, these guys have lasers now or something. That would be kind of an interesting thing to do. But then again, if you put the laser someplace, they'd probably be in the wrong place. They never get used. So that's just kind of Murphy's Law of warfare. So,
Hal, always generous with your time on Saturdays with me here. Hal is the host of the Strat Podcast, and you can listen to the Strat Podcast anywhere podcasts are available. What's the latest on the Strat Podcast, Hal?
Well, I just did a Strat Podcast recently, and what I really focused on this one, and I'm actually doing another one tomorrow, but what I focused on this last one was talking about what's shaping up in the Donbass and this huge surge of Russian forces. Not just troops, but also a lot of armor. They don't have a lot of tanks left, but they're pulling tanks and troops from all over the front and building what could be somewhere between 100 to 150,000 troops to do this massive, what they expect to be a big offensive going into Donetsk Oblast. And what the Russians are aiming to do is to take that remaining the remaining territory.
Hey, you're going to bed, dude.
Blast, and go against that big defensive.
Let me try and read this.
However, what I do point out is if they do this and the Ukrainians are able to hold the lines and basically destroy those forces, it might turn out to be something we haven't seen a lot in this war, which is a decisive battle that could change the context of which way.
Dude, nobody is denying that they were in a pact together. Okay, like you seem to be unable to look at the reasons for why they were in the pact. It wasn't because the Russians and the Germans liked each other, which I don't know why you can't accept that. It's literally all over the go read a history book. It's literally all over the internet. One of these days maybe we can watch a documentary on World War II. I don't know. But there is a reason why both Germany and Russia wanted to sign the pact, and it wasn't for the same reason. Well, it was they wanted to assure themselves that the other wasn't going to attack them. That was all. That was all. They had very different ideologies. It's the same as Russia and the U.S. Like during World War II, they agreed to go after Russia or to go after Germany because it helped them both. But do you think that Russia and the U.S. or Russia and in particularly England were like friendly towards each other? Do you think that Churchill liked Stalin? Like Churchill hated Russia, absolutely despised Russia. In fact, he was the one that, like, he got ousted. You should know this. You're from the UK. I'm sure I'm not teaching you English history. But Churchill immediately, and even before the war ended, was preparing for the war to continue because he thought that Russia and the rest of the allies weren't going to be able to live together. And it was like immediately the Cold War started. Like immediately after World War II ended, the Cold War started. There were allies due to circumstance, and that is it. That is all. Yeah, dude, it's all there. Like, you can read a history book. It's all there as to why they were allies, why they signed a pact. It was to ensure that they weren't going to get attacked by each other while they were trying to push their individual territories. Russia wanted to move a little further to the west, and Germany wanted to make sure that they weren't going to get attacked by Russia from behind and have a two front war on their hands immediately. They wanted to be able to take out the rest of Europe first. That's all. Really simple. I've never actually heard anyone that's actually said that that's not what happened.
Assassination attempts of then candidate Trump, the arson of Governor Josh Shapiro's home, the Minnesota lawmaker shooting, and now the Charlie Kirk shooting. That's a timeline of some of the major political violence attacks of the past 15 years. This week's attack made me want to put all of this into historical context. Presidential historian and author James Robinalt is here. He's studied the 60s. That's a decade that was wrought with political assassinations. James, before we get into it, I just need to get your reaction to what we saw this week.
Yeah, I mean, Austin, this great sadness. It's just a great sadness. It's a sadness for that family, a sadness for the people who admired Charlie Kirk and followed him. And it's a great sadness for our country. We just really have seen, the worst of the worst thing happen in our politics, which is a political murder. So it's my reaction is just, this is extremely sad for our country.
I texted you this week asking whether there's a discussion to be had comparing the political climate of the 60s versus today. You said yes. Why?
Yeah, I mean, there absolutely is. I wrote my fourth book called Ballots and Bullets, Black Power Politics and Urban Guerrilla Warfare in 1968 Cleveland. And it was really about all the tumult of the 60s, which arose out of two things.
Okay, let's take a look at some other news for the time being. So we'll kind of swing over to the issues with Poland and Russia now. For those of you that don't know, yesterday, or was it the day before, Russia flew over some drones into Poland. They didn't have any warheads or anything like that on them. No weapons. So they were basically just drones that they were test flying into Poland. And it appears that once they examined these drones, that the drones had SIM cards from Poland and Lithuania in them, and as well as modems. So it would appear that these drones were being test flown into the country to make sure that like the GPS would still work in case they needed to use them in the future. So that's what Poland is all upset about now, is because they're like, well, these guys are getting ready to attack us. Or it could possibly be that they're, getting ready, Russia's getting ready to defend themselves as well. But as long as they don't attack NATO, NATO should probably be staying out of what's going on. So it's kind of curious that Russia is doing these test flights now. It definitely got people a little upset. And it appears that all of NATO except the U.S. until now had declared that they would be immediately defending. I think a couple of countries immediately sent troops into Poland as well, Italy, and I think it was the Netherlands or something like that somebody mentioned. But now it looks as though all the other countries had already announced that they would be there for Poland, and the U.S. has said that they would also be there to defend Poland as well. Obviously, I think it would be a massive mistake for Russia to ever decide that they were going to try and attack a NATO country, because I think Russia would just get absolutely trounced, obviously, pretty quickly. So, yeah, I think that's something that we'll keep an eye on. Let's see here. Here's another article that I saw. After Charlie Kirk's death, teachers and professors nationwide are being fired or disciplined over social media posts. Obviously, there's been a lot of I don't know, posts that are made that are in very poor taste. So, you can, I guess some people might argue that you've got freedom of speech, but there's also freedom of consequence from that speech as well, right? So, if you're just going to post and spread hate, and you're, somebody that's in a position of power or whatnot, you might have to suffer the consequences. But it looks like following the assassination, blah, 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 at least a dozen faculty and staff, from school boards officials to classroom teachers, have been met with fallout over insensitive posts about Kirk's death. In at least 2 instances, universities fired staff members entirely for posts deemed inappropriate. Many other educators have been suspended or are under investigation, and the number is likely to grow as conservative or online influencers share screenshots. I know that a lot of companies, including the one that I currently work for, you are responsible for this sort of stuff. So if you are representing the who you work for poorly, they do have the right to fire you over issues like this. So, at East Tennessee State University, 2 faculty members have been placed on administration leave pending further review. School spokesperson Jess Vauden said complaints sent to the university included screenshots of Facebook comments. According to copies the school shared with NBC News, that one faculty member allegedly made a response to Kirk's death, including "You reap what you sow." Another allegedly wrote, "This isn't a tragedy, it's a victory." So that's I mean, I think there's a difference between, if you say this stuff amongst your friends, it may be in bad taste, but if you're posting this in public and that's another thing. You do see people post a lot of shit that is on Twitter that is meant as hateful. It is hateful rhetoric. And could be deemed as dangerous, maybe. But at what point does freedom of speech stop? Right? Like at what point can you not speak your mind anymore? So teachers no longer have freedom of speech, is that what you're saying? I mean, if you're a reporter and it's your job to report the truth, I can understand that. Let's see. State officials are weighing in as well, with the Florida Department of Education sending a memo to the school district superintendents Thursday threatening investigation and disciplinary action against educators who have commented on Kirk's death in a manner it deems inappropriate. It has been brought to my attention that some Florida educators have posted despicable comments on social media regarding the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk. It will be conducting an investigation on every educator who engages in this vile, sanctionable behavior. What if it's on a dummy account, TSIX? What if it's on an account that is not associated with their job, their person? Like what if it's an account that is I don't know, just a non public account that people would have no idea who you are. Noah's Ark, for example. Who the hell is this person? Like if you if you have one of these burner accounts and you say something that would piss people off, like, I don't have a problem with Charlie Kirk getting killed. Like, let's say that somebody had an account that said that. Do you think they should then go after and investigate who that person is, find out they're a teacher, and then fire them? Like, at what point does freedom of speech stop? Only if done in their role. Okay, I can understand that. So anyways, this is another news story that's going around. People are getting now punished for saying stuff that you could possibly deem as irresponsible, I suppose. All right, let's, what do we have next? Here's another one. This is San Diego Navy doctors fired after right-wing activists find pronouns on social media. Should a Navy doctor be fired because he has her pronouns on her account? Like, should that be a fireable offense? I'm asking you guys the questions. I'm trying to incite conversation here. Must be more to it. Commander Janelle Mara is a Navy physician with 21 years of service. According to her Navy biography, she spent most of her career in the San Diego area, splitting time between San Diego Naval Medical Center and Camp Pendleton. Arlington account Mara lists she, her pronouns in her bio. Says she's the Navy Deputy Medical Director for Transgender Healthcare. She's the Navy Deputy Medical Director for Transgender Healthcare. Libs of TikTok, an account on X that shares anti-LGBT conspiracies, tagged Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth when she, quote, tweeted a screenshot. Can we see this? Oh, a screenshot of... So this is just some random... I've actually seen this Libs of TikTok. Not surprisingly, since it would be in my algorithm. Like an account saying yikes and asking Pete Hegseth to look into that. That evening, Hegseth in turn, quote, tweeted Libs of TikTok pronouns updated. She, her fired. The Navy official with knowledge of the matter told KPBC Hegseth ordered Mara be fired. The official, who is not authorized to comment publicly on the case, said the official cause for Mara's removal was a loss of trust and confidence in her ability to command. Does that sound like a bullshit excuse? Which is boilerplate rationale used by the Navy to justify all manner of firings. Mara's social media use is now under investigation, the official said. Mara did not respond to a request for comment. Sounds like there's more to it than Pete Hegseth just not liking... Like, didn't they just ban transgendered people from the military as well? Did that not just happen a few months ago? I've known Mara as an exceptionally qualified doctor who was responsible for taking care of a huge number of sailors and Marines and has done incredible work over the course of her career of nearly 2 decades as a military medical officer. She spoke to KPBS as a private citizen, not in her official capacity as a Space Force officer. Bram is an outstanding advocate of trans service members and said she's been targeted by Libs of TikTok herself. I'm going to be honest, it honestly sounds like this is just somebody that is Libs of TikTok is somebody that is just on a manhunt to rid the country of this sort of woke shit, they'd probably say. Saw this and decided probably just to say, you know what, I'm going to send this to Pete Hegseth and see if something happens. Just randomly. Now they're on a manhunt, dude. I mean, when you've got people that are in the highest offices in the country declaring war on transgendered people, whether you believe in what, if transgenders, you know, are people that are mentally ill or not, suddenly when you see the person with the highest position in the country doing that, everybody else below suddenly feels that they can do the same thing now, and now people are on a witch hunt. Right? So now accounts like this are going around and scouring the internet for people that they can shit on. This libs of TikTok is somebody that can hide behind an account and not have to. Oh, here's the account here. Literally an account where they can just sit there and actually with a huge number of followers as well. I feel as though this seems to be an account that is literally just going after people. Every single post so far. Yeah, literally all they're doing is going around and finding out who these people are and then sending posts to the FBI, Secret Service. Who's this? Spanberg, Virginia? Is that running to serve as the next governor of Virginia? Like, this is literally all this account is doing. I don't know who's Chaya Raichik. I don't know who that is. Like, that's all this account is doing. Like, just spewing shit in order to incite. That's all that is. That's all it is. Like, this lady seems to have been hired as a medical doctor, and she probably has some sort of special, like, she probably actually has an idea as to what she's talking about when it comes to transgender people, where me, you know, people like me, I really don't really know what I'm talking about. Like, you know, what exactly is, you know, being a transgender? I don't actually know, but this person probably had experience working with these individuals. And this person here, whoever runs this account, or I'm assuming with 4.4 million followers, it might be a number of people, all they're doing is scouring the internet to get people shit on or fired or whatever for not having the same beliefs they are. What kind of, like, that's all they're doing. And because they have 4.4 million followers, they've actually got some power because 4.4 million people are seeing this. So Pete Hegseth probably saw that they had 4.4 million followers, and he's like, well, we got to do something about this. China condemns sailing of U.S. and British warships through the Taiwan Strait as its aircraft carrier makes the same journey. So the U.S. and British warships aren't allowed to go through there, but China is. And I guess the U.S. was making a point that, listen, we're still around. Don't fucking attack Taiwan. Don't attack Taiwan. You know what's going to happen, though, is if the conflict in Poland escalates and Russia gets involved there, if it turns into a full-fledged war, China's going right after Taiwan. I would be shocked if it was if it was more than a week later. All right, we said we were going to talk about this earlier as well. These are the marches that are going on in the UK for Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is a most definitely a right-wing political guy. He basically has helped start the anti-immigration, or they're wanting to dramatically increase or decrease the amount of immigration that's allowed, particularly with people of different faiths, different beliefs that they believe don't mesh well with British society. So there's been a huge uprising, which we don't actually hear about a lot over here in North America, but over there it's as big for them as anything that's going on over here. And there was huge protests today. More than 100,000 protesters marched. I saw some estimates that it was like over 3 million, but just based on the crowd size that I saw, it did not look like 3 million. So I think there was some exaggeration. It could have been more than 100,000, but yeah, these are the protests that are going on. Basically protesting. There's been a lot of crime and stuff like that in the UK that's being pinned on people that are immigrants and stuff like that. I've heard about sex trafficking that is going on from immigrant gangs that are over there, where they're trafficking young women over there. So a lot of people are getting fed up and they want a dramatic reduction in the amount of immigrants that are allowed into the country. Not just because of this, but because of employment as well. I think you're starting to see a lot of this stuff around the world. You're starting to see a lot of it in the U.S. for sure. Canada, you're starting to see a lot of this stuff. I think people are just getting pissed off, and I'm personally of the belief that if you come to my country and you commit a crime and you're an immigrant, you immediately get shipped out. Like that's the end of it. You get shipped out immediately. And it could be for anything, theft, assault, anything. You're gone. You had your chance. None of this. You spend 3 or 4 years in jail and then you come out. You're gone, just immediately. Their family is gone, all of them. 1 strike and you're out. Basically, this is not a 3 strikes and you're out sort of situation. 1 strike, you're out. If you're caught doing anything illegal, any sort of illegal activity, whether it's not paying taxes, you commit any other crime like assault, robbery, anything like that, boom, you're immediately gone. I have no problem with that at all. Illegal fishing, illegal salmon fishing. Is that what you're talking about? The illegal salmon fishing? For those of you that are watching, that was actually big news. There were some immigrants that were illegally fishing salmon. I think that was over in Ontario, wasn't it? And people were pissed off. It's just if you have no desire to follow our laws, then just no. I'm sorry, you're gone. And it's not even a matter of like, um, you know, and it doesn't matter where you're from either. Like, I don't give a shit if you're from fucking Germany or wherever. But if you're being a dickhead in our fucking country, I just don't want you here. You know? And particularly people that come here and they refuse to adapt to our way of life. Like if they come over here and they try to enforce their beliefs or their life on everybody else, just say no. Okay, sorry, you can leave and go back to your country if that's the way if you liked it better. Like, don't come over here. If you're here and you're not working, you know, you arrive to our country, and you know, 6 months, a year later, you still haven't found a job and you're living off of social assistance. No, here, go home. Here's your flight ticket. Call one of your relatives to pick you up at the airport. You know, you're out of here. And you never get to come back. Like, you're gone. You never get to come back. Canadians telling you how to live your life. Let me eat your hot dogs in peace. Dude, there's no Canadians coming down there right now. You know that. No Canadians are coming down there, C-Mac. See here. And this is another one that I saw. I saw this yesterday, but we didn't really go over it. Is there a video to this? Let's see if I can find a video. Anyways, this host, I could probably find a better clip of this, but suggested that they should lethally inject homeless people. So imagine that you lived in a society where you fell, you know, hard on your luck and couldn't afford to pay rent. Maybe the economy went to shit. You lost your job and were eventually homeless or whatever. And you had like these Secret Service people that were, you know, scouring the streets, and they found you sleeping underneath a piece of cardboard, and then they just injected you with something to kill you. That's what this person was actually. Lawrence Jones. We're discussing. So that's why they were doing it, was because this black homeless man committed this crime against Irina Zarutska. Post demanding the government take stronger approach to handling the homeless crisis. I think for sure where I live, they need to do that. They've given billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that you're going to give you, or you decide that you are going to be locked up in jail. Or involuntary lethal injection, or something just to kill them. Which one of these people has killed Meiji? Like, that is crazy to suggest that we need to kill people that are mentally incapable of like, put them all on an island in the UK. Used today. Isn't there that big desert island in the South Pacific that we can put them all on? Now let's just do that. Anyways, that's the rhetoric that was on Fox, and it's reasons like this why I don't like watch Fox News. Like, how can that be allowed to be said? I don't I am not a fan of drug addicts. You've all heard me go off about them. I want them to clean up the homeless people and figure out a solution to that. But to justify killing people over this stuff, keep in mind, this is the, you know, there's a lot of people rightfully that are pissed off that Charlie Kirk was just killed for the way he talks. This guy's suggesting that we should just give them involuntary lethal injections because, you know, they're mentally incapable or they're, you know, they're homeless. Like, it goes both ways. On Wednesday's Fox and Friends show, host Lawrence Jones. Oh, is this just like recycling over and over again? How does this work? Here's the homeless problem has ravaged the city. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters Tuesday, if they refuse, they will be susceptible to fines or to jail time. Do you think people that are drug addicts or homeless on the streets give a flying fuck if they get a fine? Like, do you honestly think they give a shit whatsoever that they get a fine? Oh, here's a ticket. They'd probably throw it on the garbage, throw it down on the ground. People were pissed off. No, but what I'm saying is the anger about Charlie Kirk is obviously very high, but this guy is going on and just saying, let's go through the town and just, you know, kill a bunch of homeless people. Like, you know, it's, for some reason, it's less important. We have done massive institutionalization in this country. It didn't work. It was inhumane, but that's why we don't do it anymore, he continued. But Donald Trump wants to take our country back. Whitehead also condemned the administration's rhetoric, underscoring that that kind of rhetoric can have violent consequences for the rest of the country. Strongly condemned the dehumanization of people who are marginalized in our country. Who's this talking? Jesse Rabinowitz, communications and campaign manager with the National Homeless Law Center in Washington, D.C., told The Independent. We strongly condemn the dehumanization of people who are marginalized in our country. It absolutely has consequences. We have been tracking violence against people experiencing homelessness since 1999, and we've documented almost 2,000 events where people have been beaten. They've been firebombed. They've been shot. Just last year or 2 years ago, there were serial killers in Washington, D.C., New York, and Detroit. Next week, he won't be people won't be in, and people will still be angry. I'm going to ask you guys a serious question. Let me... Let me see if I can find this. I want you guys' honest opinions. No judgments here. What is your honest opinion on this video?
Oh, I love you. I love you. I know. I love you. I love you. God bless you.
What do you guys honestly think about this video? I'm not talking about these pictures because this is something somebody else has edited in, but talking about this part here. I'm gonna be honest. I feel it's kind of weird to me, to be honest. Like I feel terrible for what she's going through, what her kids are going through. But I feel like it's just kind of weird to go in this direction and The angle's very bad. Is it cropped in? No, this is somebody that is taking a video. Like, they've deliberately taken a video of this. Like, if your wife or your husband had just been killed, would you want it recorded so you could share it with your Facebook friends? It just seems weird to me. And again, it's really shitty what's happened. What her kids have to go through for the rest of their lives. But I feel like it's kind of weird to record this moment just so that you can spread it around on the internet for some reason. The dead is being used as propaganda. And we're gonna have to wait and see how their organization survives without him there. Yeah, you've never seen that before, right? Like, it seems weird to me that it almost feels like they're like, okay, hold on, you ready? I'm going to record this, and then we'll make sure that we post it on social media. It won't be just a private moment for yourself to share with yourself and, whatever when you're older. But we're going to post this all over social media for everyone to see. That to me is really kind of odd. Really kind of odd to me. And I think that there's probably people that would be pissed off by me saying that, but it's just weird. For a grieving wife to spend the last moments with her husband, this shouldn't be a public video. Yeah, but you can tell. I believe, honestly, that she had this recorded. Like, this was a moment that she planned. Dropping is terrible, yeah. This was a moment that she planned. It wasn't just a random thing where it was just recorded. She was like, hold on, record this. It is strange. It's really fucking weird. Like, and how can you, like, I find it really actually odd that you would actually even think about doing that when you're going through this. Maybe the emotions just got the best of her or whatever. But it's just, what were her motivations? To incite, like, feelings from people. She knew she was going to share this with the public. Right? She knew she was going to share this with the public and continue to get, continue to get people. Obviously, people should be pissed off that her husband died. Like, I'm not questioning that. Is she trying to continue with the agenda of her late husband's movement? Like, is that, I sure hope that's not what this was made for. Like, that's actually pretty fucking sick if that was her feelings. She was like, oh, hold on, let's get a recording of this. I'll go in and kiss his hands, and you can see that his hands are of a dead person, and let's do this to incite emotion out of people, to bring that to help them, join our cause. Like, is that honestly what she was thinking at that moment? It's really effing weird that this video was ever filmed at all and then sent out to the public. And there's no way she was doing this. Like, you can see here, the camera is in her way. The camera had to move out of the way so she could move in and kiss his hands. Well, I think it's clear that the camera moved out of the way so she could move in. Right? Like, they turned the camera so she could move in. This is all Is this staged? For her and her family, but her speech came across. It did, Corey. Dude, I thank you for saying that in my chat. I thank you for saying that in my chat. And again, I try to remain neutral. Method, thank you. Yes, I understand that it's staged. But I'm saying this video itself was staged. And then the video of her actually like talking, I could not believe she got up and actually like was ready to say anything. Like, I cannot imagine how hard that would have been. But then there was a period partway through the video where I almost thought it was a recruitment video. Like, it got away from the how terrible this is, blah, 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 blah. But then it suddenly turned into a recruitment video. We're going to rise up. We're going to become bigger and badder and stronger than ever. And we are going to open up new locations. And if there's not a location where you are, you need to open up a location. And it was just like, are we being recruited here? What's going on? Like it was like the first part of it. Can we watch the video? Can we watch the video? What's her name? Erica Kirk. Hold on.
Is my husband.
So how long is this? Is it 16 minutes? Like I watched, out of respect, I watched the whole thing yesterday on stream. And it got to a point where it just started talking about how they're, and I understand she wants to portray that their organization is going to continue, but that's all that needed to be said. It suddenly turned into a
To work harder and to be
we're
better.
recruiting video.
He never gave up. Was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America.
And I don't know, maybe it's because of the way, like the emotions that were going through her head at the time. I can understand that. But if this was a prepared speech, then it's odd to me. And it appears that it most definitely was a prepared speech. It didn't feel like she was just, saying what was on her mind, specifically that point. Like, it got to a point where it was just, she was talking about recruiting people and stuff. Manuated. Fine line to distinguish the nuance between honoring the dead and their memory and what they stood for and cultivating tribalism through fear-mongering. Selfish? Yes, correct. Now, having said that, she can say that she's going to continue on with the organization and all that sort of stuff. But the fact remains that there's a very big difference between certain leaders that are charismatic and how they're able to draw people in and lead. So you can go back through history of leaders that have had a lot of charisma and have been able to draw people in, but once they're gone, poof. Like, and again, I'm not saying that these people are fascist. I'm just using certain people as an example. Would Nazi Germany have happened without Adolf Hitler? Or if Adolf Hitler had died in 1940, or say 1937, before the war started, would we have had World War II? Would the Germans have become as strong, or would they still have gone in that direction? A lot of people believe that Nazism probably could have died out at that point. There's all sorts of leaders throughout history that when they died, that's why when Kim Jong-il died, Kim Jong-un's dad, when he died, a lot of people were wondering, are they going to be able to hold this together? A lot of people were like, are they going to be able to hold this shit together? Now, it seems like they have been able to in North Korea, and, they're just kind of putting along just fine. Hitler couldn't have done what he did without all the other evil people there as well. Yeah, but they had somebody guiding them along. And he had that charisma. You remember watching Adolf Hitler's speeches and how he was so animated and stuff like that? He was a great orator, and he knew how to talk. He knew how to motivate people, to drive people. Was Heinrich Himmler the same? Was Rudolf Hess the same? Like, could they have done that? And the way that they speak in public is, or give their speeches, it allows them to motivate people that in ways that nobody else could do it. Right? Having that person that is there to draw it all in. It starts with nationalism. It does start with nationalism, but if you don't have that person to actually draw it all in and really kind of motivate people along, then it's not the same. You're not going to have the same results as if you have a Hitler. Yeah, you need a mouthpiece. And right now, the mouthpiece for this organization was Charlie Kirk. Do they have somebody in the organization that is able to, motivate people like Charlie Kirk did? If Trump were smart, we'd be really fucked. That's, I mean, what's going to happen with MAGA when, if Trump isn't able to run for office next election? What is going to happen with MAGA? Like, what happens to MAGA if, say, Trump, steps down? He might not abdicate. We'll wait and see. But I mean, what happens when Trump is not in office, and who would the next leader be? Do we think that J.D. Vance would be able to motivate people and continue on with MAGA the way that Donald Trump has? Vance and Rubio duke it out. Do you think that they have the charisma to keep MAGA as strong as it is? Definitely not. But what happens to MAGA then? Does it start to fall apart? Like, that's the one thing with politics, is there's a lot of people in politics that they've got the gift of gab. They know how to talk. They know how to give speeches. And I mean, you can hate or like the person as much as you want, but that was one of the big strengths of Barack Obama. I don't know if there's been a president in the time that I've been alive that gives speeches that are as great as Barack Obama, regardless of how you whether you like him or not. I don't think I've ever seen a president of the U.S. that was able to give speeches like Barack Obama. You can hate his policies, but nobody has matched him as a public speaker. Nobody. You can hate everything that you want. He could come up and speak about how we need to do all this evil shit, and he would be able to motivate people because of the way he talks. How can you forget about Bush? Watch this drive. You can fool me once, fool me. I mean, we have a great thing that we say in Texas. I think it's fool me once, No, fool me twice. Like it is actually a very powerful tool to have in politics to be able to talk that way. And I don't know that they've got anyone in the organization that is able to talk the way that Charlie Kirk did. Charlie Kirk was obviously exceptional at debating. However, there are people that would accuse the way that Charlie Kirk debated he would basically use some straw man arguments and stuff like that. He would trap people into an argument and then rebuttal with like, what was the one that I saw in the video that he used? Something about, I don't believe diversity is a strength. I believe unity is a strength. And that's all nice and fine and dandy to say that, but you can have both. You know, it's but he would say stuff like that to be a big aha moment. Of course, unity is a strength. Unity for who exactly? But the problem with Charlie Kirk is when he actually debated against other people that were also professional debaters, they would obviously wipe the floor with him. And there's several videos of that around on the internet where, but of course, those weren't the videos that Charlie Kirk, passed around. He would pass around videos of him debating against people that had no skill whatsoever in debating, and that he'd already heard the question a million times before and would be able to immediately recite a rebuttal for it word for word that he's probably used dozens of times before. And then he'd post those on the internet because it would make what he was saying look like he was right. Because he's got, prepared answers for questions that he's heard a million times before. He's completely prepared for these situations until he would debate people that actually had skill in debating. And then quite often he would be made to look a fool. But those videos wouldn't get passed around by him. Those are on the internet though. You can readily see those all over the place. So, what are we talking about here in what is Canadian news? What's going on in Canada?
The practices and not really interfering in the day-to-day running of the practice.
I have no idea what that is. I don't care. Yeah, I don't really. I did mention yesterday that do not be surprised. Big news is Canada's McDavid is still, dude. That is. All right, hold on. I gotta play it because it is actually. I mean, even if you're not a fan of Mark Carney, you've got to admit. You've got to admit that was a funny fucking comment. So here, I'll play it for you guys because it is just kind of funny. So he was giving a speech. It was actually an important speech about for those of you that aren't Canadian, this is our new prime minister. His name is Mark Carney, and he took over for Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau stepped down because he became extremely unpopular, and Mark Carney kind of came out of nowhere to take over leadership of the party. He was elected in by his party to take over the leadership. And the way Canadian politics works is you vote for the party member in your riding, and then the party that has the most votes, the leader of that party becomes the prime minister. So that's essentially what happened. That's the easy version of how it works. It is a little bit more than that. But anyways, so he took over for Justin Trudeau when his party members voted him in. He took it over as the new prime minister. They called an election. His party won the most votes out of any party, and so he was able to form government. Thus, him being the leader of that party, he became our leader of the country. That's how it works. So, anyways, he's been running on this campaign of Build Canada Strong, which basically means we're going to massively industrialize our country. We're going to build on our resources through mining, through gas exploration, through LNG, through oil, through forestry, etc., etc., etc. Like we're going to start industrializing this sort of stuff, because we haven't really taken full advantage of it, and it means massively building new ports, new oil lines, etc., etc. So this announcement was supposed to be him talking about how some of the projects that they were going to start, and this is how he started off.
While the Prime Minister prepares to deliver a serious message about major nation-building projects here in Edmonton today, he also could not resist throwing in a reference to his favorite hockey team.
Oh, I
We're
ruined
in
it.
a crisis. We are in a crisis. The global trading system has been upended. Supply chains have been destroyed. McDavid is unsigned. This is not a transition. This is a rupture. As in times like these, you have to draw back in. Remember what you have. Draisaitl, Hyman, Nugent-Hopkins.
So a little bit of levity to his speech that he was given. The way he started off the speech is very much a lot of the same rhetoric, a lot of the same stuff that he says when he first starts speech. He talks about how, the trading amongst countries has been kind of upended. Like he started off like he says all the time, and people just thought he was going to go into the same old spiel that he kept going into, and then he threw in a good little joke in the meantime. So again, we're having I don't find it funny anymore, to be honest. Camp starts here and Connor hasn't put pen to paper. Dude, we've got Quinn Hughes in Vancouver, man. We've got a year, at least another year before Quinn Hughes can sign, though. Connor McDavid, though, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So anyways, that's kind of what's going on in Canada. That is kind of the big news in Canada right now, is these promises that Mark Carney has promised. And he's just recently announced 5 major projects, and they're expecting to announce, I think it's another 5 by the Grey Cup, which is kind of like our Super Bowl in the middle of November. And even the premier, which is like our provincial leader, the premier of our most conservative province by far, which is Alberta, even she is kind of swooning over Mark Carney, because they had a private meeting a day or two before this announcement, and she seems like she's eagerly anticipating an announcement for a new oil line for Alberta. And the reason for this, obviously, we don't really talk a lot about Canadian stuff, but I'm really big into Canadian politics, so it's nice to move away from American politics and stuff. But anyways, just short history. Obviously, when Trump announced tariffs on all the countries, Canada included, Mark Carney kind of ran on a platform that, hey, we need to diversify ourselves away from America and just selling everything that we make to America. We need to diversify to start selling stuff to other continents and stuff like that. So for those of you that don't know, our oil supplies in Canada, I think it's like it's definitely within the top 3 in the world, I think, as far as reserves. And we sell the bulk of it to America at dramatically reduced rates. And so when Trump said, well, we're going to tariff you, a lot of Canadians were like, fine, we're going to start selling our oil elsewhere and not give you reduced rates anymore. So a pipeline has recently been built to actually not far from where I live. So it's what's it called? A sea. Anyways, there's a word for it where the pipeline comes to the ocean. But anyways, so now we're able to start selling oil to China and all of Asia. And immediately once that port was finished, China started buying, China, Japan, Korea started buying a ton of oil from us. And now there's talks. Let me put up a map here, show you guys, because this is, are we here? So we have a pipeline that it comes. I feel like it comes down to like somewhere around here. I'm not sure exactly where it ends. Or maybe it's somewhere around here or something. But anyways, it's the pipeline comes all the way from Alberta. Oops. So basically from Vancouver to Calgary. Or the oil sands, which are around, they're kind of like all over the province. But there's another pipeline that the government has wanted, actually two more pipelines the Alberta government has wanted to be put through. One is from northern Alberta, just above Edmonton, to over here where Prince Rupert is. And this is where we've just got a new LNG facility that has opened up there and is now shipping LNG through here. So they want to match that with a new pipeline that goes to this area as well. Where the fuck is Kidam at? Why am I having trouble finding Kidam at? Anyways, that's where they want an oil pipeline to go as well. So it sounds like that may very well get built. But there's also another project that is now underway, which has been approved, which is in Churchill here. Churchill, I don't know why. I guess it's because it's a community, but it's fairly north, up north. But the province of Manitoba, like our government said to each province, okay, give me a couple of major projects that you want built, and we'll do what we can. We'll get it done basically. So Alberta's was they want pipelines. They want pipelines here. They want pipelines here. British Columbia, they wanted huge mining operations done in northern BC. There's a ridiculous amount of mineral resources through there. The Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and then all down here as well. Tons of mining that can be done. And then BC also has a huge forestry sector as well. So Edmonton wants pipelines built, but they can't get the pipelines built because of other provinces not agreeing to have it run through their province. So it sounds like there's going to be an agreement for a new pipeline between Edmonton and BC, which I believe is what's going to be announced on the 16th or by the 16th of November. And then there's over here at Churchill, the Manitoba government wanted a new port, a seaport built at Churchill. So there's also already a minor one there, but they basically want a whole new seaport built in Churchill so that exports can start to flow through here and then go from there over to Europe or wherever. I'll get to that in a sec, Goosey. One sec. So anyways, one of the 5 projects that was given the go-ahead to start being built is this one in Churchill. And the reason why that's important is because there's so much mining from here all the way up here. Basically 3/4 of Canada is a prime place for mining operations. As well as the oil. The Manitoba government knew that if they built a port here, that immediately pipelines and roads and stuff like that would be built to Churchill as well. There are roads, but there would be roads for transportation and stuff, so that they could start shipping minerals and oil and minerals through the roads or via train or what have you, as well as pipelines for oil. So the Manitoba government knows if they can get this passed, then the oil from northern Alberta and minerals from all over Canada would go to this seaport. It would probably develop this little community. Here, we'll see what Churchill looks like here. Oh, landed in a building. Great. Hold on. So this is Churchill. It's just a tiny little community, and it's full of polar bears. People will actually go to Churchill specifically to see polar bears. So, I mean, I would not be shocked if I saw a polar bear in these photos. But anyways, this is Churchill. It's just tiny little community. Not really much there, but that's going to change dramatically because you're going to have people that are it's going to be industrialized very quickly. So once they get a port there, oil pipelines and all the minerals and stuff like that will start to flow, and it'll open up huge markets over to Europe. And then another thing that's opened up, another port that they're basically adding on to is the one in Montreal. So they're increasing the amount of ships and stuff like that can come into Montreal by like 100% or something like that. So it's going to become another major port. And then things can start flowing through Montreal and through Churchill. Because right now, the oil in Alberta, until a few years ago, we were selling all of it to the U.S. Like basically like all of it that we, through pipelines that we had that were going across the border to Montana, we were selling it literally down to the U.S. They'd refine it and then ship it back up to us as refined oil for gas instead of us refining it ourselves. We now have 17 refineries across the country, but we've also built the pipeline over here, so we're not just selling to the U.S. anymore. And now another pipeline will be announced to come to Churchill. There was a call or people had wanted a pipeline built from Edmonton all the way over here past Quebec, but Quebec wouldn't allow it. And people were pissed off, angry at Quebec because they're like, you guys are stopping this major industry from, expanding and helping with the Canadian economy. So Quebec gets a lot of hate because of that. But anyways, once the pipeline is built from northern Alberta to Churchill, it'll be able to ship all that stuff outside as well as from here. And then liquid natural gas, or LNG, there's also going to be a port for that in St. John's, and I believe they were also expecting to be able to ship it out of Churchill as well. So those industries are should be able to absolutely explode in the coming years. It's going to take a few years to build, obviously, these pipelines and ports and stuff like that, but that's basically the transformation that Canada is seeing, and it's kind of what the party was elected on. And if they start building this stuff, then it'll be good for the country. Anyways, that's it for. I won't bore you anymore with Canadian politics, but that's basically what's big in Canada right now.
Hold on to that. Once you release it publicly.
Oh, the Ebby thing.
Not only does.
I like it, Goosey Poo. They definitely need to dramatically reduce the number of people that are coming, because companies aren't even trying to hire Canadians. Like, they're putting ads out for to find people that are part of the TFW workers program to like manage like a fast food restaurant for like $36 an hour, right? And it's like, well, hold on, you can hire a Canadian at $36 an hour, but the problem is they're not paying that person $36 an hour. That's what the government is they're saying that's what they're paying. It's just basically a bullshit. It's just basically bullshit. So anyways, I think it's good. They need to dramatically reduce the number of people that they're allowing into the country. And reduce the number of people that are coming into the country without any intention of actually working or joining in with the sorry, this video that was coming up. Weird. I saw a video yesterday where the FBI guy was suggesting that he got changed while he was running off the roof. That obviously doesn't appear to be the case. Anyways. Yeah, what do you think about it, Goosey? How do you feel about it? I feel like you know what I almost feel like doing? I feel like having like a day end news review. Like maybe post it on like something I do offline, but have like a review of the major news things that happened and then post it in just one video on YouTube. And kind of like do it daily or most days or whatever. This is the major news stories. And then just kind of go over everything in kind of point form. This is what happened. I don't know how you like. But it doesn't look like there's anything new that is being reported at the moment. Go back up to here. Patel fat. What is this? What is this? Patel faces congressional hearings after missteps in Kirk assassination probe and turmoil at FBI. What is going on? What? Hours after the assassination of conservative... When was this? Updated at 3:04 p.m. Hours after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, FBI director declared online that the subject... Oh, this is when he declared that we caught the person and it wasn't the right person. The killing was in... declared online that the subject in the killing was in custody. The shooter was not. The two men who had been detained were quickly released, and Utah officials acknowledged that the gunman remained at large. The false assurance was more than a slip. It spotlighted the high-stakes uncertainty around Patel's leadership of the Bureau when its credibility and his own are under extraordinary pressure. Patel now announces congressional oversight hearings. Approaches congressional oversight hearings this coming week, facing not just questions about that investigation, but broader doubts about whether he can stabilize a federal law enforcement agency fragmented by political fights and internal upheaval. So he's going to come into a hearing and be pressed about this issue, about him saying we got the guy before he they actually knew for certain that he was the person that had caused these crimes. Like it was a bit of an bit of a slip, I guess. Interesting. Let's see, what else do we have up here? There was 2 craps about the enemies. Let's see here. Berg, I'm just going to quickly go through everything here. British woman faces life sentence in Dubai for a single line of cocaine. And she's also required to pay £100,000, is that pounds? Fine, but is appealing her sentence. Life sentence for doing a single line of cocaine. Damn. Damn. Here was something that we talked about. I talked about this yesterday. Israel, I expect Israel is probably going to invade Gaza and the West Bank. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened in the next month. I wouldn't be surprised if it happened in the next month, to be honest. They're kind of getting ready for this is this story here. I think they're preparing to actually go in, and I mentioned in a video that I did yesterday that there are countries now that are going to declare that they recognize Palestine as a state, and I think Israel is going to want to take control of the territories before those countries do. Especially with the vote that they had yesterday, with the overwhelming majority of countries saying that they do support a two-state solution now. Coordinated conservative effort. Celebrate Kirk's death and get doxxed. Oh, this is the people that are, they're saying bad stuff about people are trying to find out who they are and where they work and stuff like that. Do we have anything else on Twitter? One sec. Anything else on Twitter? Oh man, there's hockey, like prospect games going on now. All right, guys. I think that's it for today. A bit of a shorter. I don't know how long I've been streaming for actually, but 4 hours. Okay. So I think we'll leave it there. Nothing really new to talk about at the moment. So we'll be back tomorrow afternoon probably. Well, there's an ad break right now. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. And we'll have a whole new set of stories to go with. I'm gonna maybe see about making that video about stuff that's been going on. Anyways, yeah, if you guys want, drop a like, follow my socials, YouTube, Twitter, all that sort of stuff. The links are down below. And I'll talk to you guys again tomorrow. Unless there's something major that happens later on today, then I'll go live again. But have a good night, everyone. I'll talk to you guys again soon. Take care.